All right. Here we go again. Repio City, what's going on, New Breed? Onyx, Sage, Onyx, Rastaman, the Great Ross, Will of the Most High, here we go. I got my brother Pozi getting ready to come over. What's going on, Zay? Repio City, Repio State, let's get it. Let's get it. So I talked to Pozi, and he wanted to talk about this subject, so I said, let's do it. He's going to come over. We're going to get it popping. Another interesting conversation. I hope you're all doing great. We wilding over here at the end of the year, so we wilding out. So when you come over, please don't get in your feelings, because we just be having fun, okay? So we wilding. I have the job of going live and talking to the people and trying to teach a little bit of decorum and try to get you to be able to be decent on social media, right? We need some rules and regulations on social media. When you come into these lives, it's good to ask questions. It's good to add to the conversation, as long as you have consideration for the rest of the people in the chat. So if you have a lot you want to ask me something, wait about 10, 20 minutes, then ask me something else. That way, we won't interrupt the rest of the people while I'm just talking to one person. We don't necessarily stay on topic. So, welcome to Real Black People Media, okay? This is not the cornball YouTube channel. This is real black folks. You know how we act. So I'm real black, and I don't know how to act. So don't get upset because I don't know how to act. Because I sure don't know how to behave myself. I'm trying to behave myself. I'm telling you. I'm trying. It's hard because, people are different when they own the chat than they are in real life. You don't have all these problems in real life conversations. People are not so obnoxious face to face, but on social media, they, especially with the fake IDs and stuff, I really wish that YouTube would make you log in with your real name. Your real face, right? That would make everything better. Because I'm at a disadvantage because I have people come, fake name, no face, talking crazy. But my real face, my real name is Pharaoh El-Aton. I'm at a disadvantage. Your name, Booby but Scooby, which is cool. I don't mind the alternative names and stuff. That's cool too, as long as you just keeping it real and you ain't really tripping. It irritates me a lot. And I know some people would wonder why, but we got Pozi coming over here. We're going to get it going. Let's see what Pozi got going on over here. Bam. What's up, bro?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. Good to have you over here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, while we get this going on this conversation. Now, if anything go wrong, y'all blame Pozi, because this is his conversation. Pozi wanted to talk about politicians and prophecies, and this is like my brother, and I think it's a great conversation, so we're going to go into this. This is going to be heavy. The brother is very well learned, really studies a lot. He knows his stuff, okay? So,
Sir.
he is definitely on top of his game.
I'm trying, brother, every day.
You're doing good, brother. You're doing good. And a lot of times when a brother's a specialist like that, people like me, I can't really know everything that he's saying because I'm not specializing like that, I'm all over the place. So I would have to go back, redo my studies like I did at the time I did them. But it's very hard. It's very hard to really be, for me to be a particular type of scholar, I want to explain that first. It's hard for me to be a particular type of scholar because coming up, when I was coming up and I'm studying the Bible, I'm studying the Quran and all that, but black people had a lot of things wrong with them. So I
Right.
had to deal with a lot of social issues. So I had to have knowledge on social issues. I had to try to help black people learn how to eat. Had to get them to cut their violence some. I had to get them to be able to get over their family problems, their sicknesses, economics, dealing with racism, all of
Right.
these things. So I had to kind of really be a broad individual to be able to deal with because I'm a man of the people. I'm always around the regular people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So then I have to, I have to be broad. So I wasn't able to really just be a Bible, know everything in and out. I know the basics, right? On another note, when you know the basics, then you could prepare like that. Now, I could debate it.
Exactly.
If they give me a
Right.
week or two, yeah, I could do you dirty because I know where everything is at. I know all the books to look at, but I would have to go study for a debate in
Right.
order to be efficient, and I would
Yeah,
have
you
to
had
get
a
past.
big net to grab everybody, fishermen of men and women. So you had to know each and everything that we were dealing with. So I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, I had to do. Nobody knew what dreadlocks was.
Right.
No, nobody even knew what vegan was, or nobody like you don't eat meat. So
Yep.
I had to do a lot of ground level stuff, you
Right.
know, like that. And most of my religious stuff was preachers on the street see me with dreadlocks on this sense they want to come challenge me about
Right.
Jesus, right? And you know what I'm saying? Some of the righteous brothers they would never do that. They
Right.
would just get on the corner and just kick their stuff. But some of the unrighteous brothers, they used to want to challenge me based on their stuff. And, I had to really just totally disrespect them.
Right. You said you dealt with the Hindu people that was out there, or Indian people that was out there.
Yeah, and then I
Some of
was a
their
champion.
masses.
Yeah, then I was a champion for black people. So
Right.
now I'm like, I'm glad you brought that up. So I'm a champion for black people. And so now I got to jump in all these wars on behalf of black people. I had to disrespect the Buddhists. I had to disrespect the Krishnas. I had to check
Right.
the Mormons, the Hawaiians, the Samoans. You know what I'm saying? There's
Mm-hmm.
always microphone check 1 2 1 2. Always because I was pretty much the leader,
Right.
which you can see on because I didn't really want to be no leader,
Right.
but it's like when you're all like this
Right.
and people talking crazy to you as a group, and then everybody step back and you right here,
You stick out like a nail.
you kind of like the leader because everybody ran.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Everybody ran. So, mm, so
Yeah.
my brother, what are we talking about today? Where we going? What's going on? What's on your mind?
Yeah. So I just wanted to bring up Daniel, the book of Daniel. I had read it a while back, and I was dealing with me and my wife do the Daniel fast, and we can start here. The first Daniel in the book of Daniel, chapter 1, and we always deal with Daniel during the Daniel fast. I think we do 2 to 3 weeks where we only eat fruits and vegetables,
Okay.
and this is where this came from. Chapter 1, and we can let's see. Let's go down.
Okay, now this is how I get in trouble. Because you said,
Uh-oh.
because you said you do the Daniel fast where you
Right,
only eat fruits and vegetables.
Right.
So what are you doing when it's not the Daniel fast? I'm just kidding. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
But to clarify, hold on, to clarify, so with the Daniel fast, it's very strict, but it's actually what you should be eating. The truth be told, Pharaoh, you're right on it. You shouldn't be eating preservative.
Mhm.
So when you're on the Daniel fast, you're not eating any sugars or anything, nothing processed,
Mhm.
no preservatives, no dyes, any of that. So typically, and I just say with me, sometimes I do eat that stuff inadvertently. I may eat something that has dye or something in there. But with this Daniel fast, it kind of resets you where you're getting all of those toxins and stuff out of your body. And
Okay,
this,
they say a feedback is coming from you. Could you get closer to the mic
I'm
or
hearing
something?
that too. Let's see. Uh,
And get closer because it's going to echo if you're not real close.
is that better?
Yep,
Okay.
seems like it. Okay, go ahead. Let's see.
So yeah, so we're gonna start. I'm still getting that echo though, man. Uh, let's see if that's better.
It might be. Go ahead. Let's see. We can't tell
Okay.
until you start talking. Yep.
So let's go at verse 5, and it says the king appointed them a daily provision of
Okay,
meat.
listen. Do you have two devices running at the same time?
No, it's just my laptop, but I am getting that feedback.
And what microphone you using? The microphone on your laptop?
Yeah. Uh, resolution. Check one, check two. I'm
It
still
might.
getting.
You might have to use your. You might have to use your iPhone.
Check one, check two. Yeah, I'm still getting feedback.
Use your iPhone.
Okay. All right. Let me switch up, and I'm gonna switch it to my phone.
Yeah, switch it to your phone and come back over.
All right.
All right. So yeah, he's gonna switch it to his phone and come back over and re-enter. So he's gonna talk about the book of Daniel, and that's a good book. That's very interesting. The book of Daniel is very interesting. Isaiah is very interesting. There's some really interesting things in there that nobody never reads. So you have to read that stuff yourself, but you got to read from the beginning right straight through to the end. So we're going to see what he wants to talk about, what he wants to do. He's going to be talking about the chapters in there, and we're going to be talking about that in correlation to the politicians. When it comes to prophecies and being able to see prophetic things that's in like the holy books, you really have to read the books closely to hear what they said, but then you really have to watch uh, what's going on in the world. Like you have to watch. If you're not really watching close to what's going on, it's going to come like a thief in the night. And we are definitely in some pretty strange times, for sure. For a lot of you younger brothers and sisters, I kind of feel a little sad for what you're about to go through because I know you're not ready and I know it's just going to be devastating for you. Being born on the system and being in the system taking care of you, and to have to live in a system that totally collapses, it's going to be devastating for you. Because, I mean, anybody looking on would know this is going to collapse. This is not sustainable. It's not. And it's starting to collapse right now. This is why they had like 16 different items on the recall, because they're not going to be able to sustain this system as it is now. And so, ladies, if you're, dating different men, if they don't have somewhat of a survival type of mode, you might try to help them because you can't necessarily find a man. You gotta hope and wait till a man likes you. But preferably, if you got choices, find somebody that uh, has a survival type mentality. And men, find a woman that doesn't really want to run around too much because that's over with. So living your best life is here, and surviving is here. And so you can live your best life and not have no life. Or you can get in survival mode, is what I would advise. That's all I can tell you. I would advise you to get in survival mode. I would advise you to have at least enough food to eat for 3 months. Rationed if you rationed it. I mean, if you ain't got at least 5 big bags of rice like that, if you ain't got about 10 to 20 bags of beans, that's the bare minimum. If you don't have a way to get water, to clean your own water, you need to get your priorities together. And stop thinking that the system is God and that it's always going to be here. Every day you get up, it's going to be just fine. Because it's not. And it's really hard for my children to see what I see because typically in science, when you do experiment and then you do this and you do that and you begin to watch the changes, and my children, they're not seeing much of a change. They're only born recently. They're only in their 20s and 30s. So they haven't seen, from 1968 till now. So You know, you born in Chicago, come up, you have no idea how bad it is. We don't even get no snow. We haven't got no snow. We get a little bit of snow that be blowing. We haven't had no snow in a couple years. It'd be like 65 degrees in February, and typically February is the middle of winter. That's the winter of all winter. You know, the last 2 weeks in January and the first 3 weeks of February, really the whole February. It's like that is the winter, winter, winter. And it's been, I haven't had any boots on. I haven't had to wear boots. I haven't had to put on a big old coat. I just been wearing a little jacket, maybe a sweater and a little jacket. I haven't had to have a scarf. I got some little gloves, but not no winter gloves, like some little workout gloves. You would never be able to wear workout gloves in the winter. Your hands would freeze. You would have to have some mittens. Do you know when it gets real cold, gloves don't work? You have to have on mittens. So if you live where it gets cold and your children got to go to school, buy them mittens. Don't buy them no gloves. And not them little thin mittens. You know, the mittens that got a cover, not no knitted mittens. You know, real mittens, like with the waterproof, with the soft stuff in the inside. Because their hands can stay warm when they together, but when their fingers are apart like that in gloves, their gloves don't work when they get real, real cold. Gloves don't work. Also, I'm giving you some tips, okay? Like, soon as it gets about 40 or so, put your long underwear on, lady. Put your leggings on, okay? Soon as it gets around 40 and it's going to go down, put your long sleeve sweaters, shirts on under your regular. Put on your leggings and your long underwear, okay? Chicago right now is around 40, going 40, 30. When I go out, I put on my long underwear, okay? You have to do it when it's just a little cold. You can't wait till it get real cold. You have to start doing that when it get a little cold. So in other words, I could go out right now without my long underwear, but it's going to be a little chilly. Whereas if I put my long underwear on, it's not really chilly at all, just in my face a little bit. Now, if you don't do that, that cool, cold air is going to dry out your cartilage. And you're going to have arthritis. If you let your hands get cold, you're going to have arthritis. Okay? Okay, cool, Sherry. You're gonna have arthritis. If you let your cartilage get cold, you let your wrists and elbows and knees and stuff get cold, yeah, you're gonna be messed up. You're gonna have backaches. You're gonna be messed up because real cold air dries you out. You ever heard of dry ice? Right. Cold is the opposite of moisture. Moisture freezes in the cold. And when your cartilage and stuff starts to freeze and you moving, now it's starting to wear because it's cold. That's why, see, and I'm almost 70. Why? My hand's never been cold. My hands is not cold. My elbows is not cold. My wrists, my knees do not get cold under no circumstances. Listen and learn. But when you look at the world today, it's definitely prophetic. And as I was telling Pozi early, it's bad to see things. It's bad to be able to see certain things. It's going to happen because sometimes you might see things and they might not going to happen to 40 years, 50 years before these things make sense. Anytime you see anybody that tells you they're a prophet, they are not. Because there ain't no prophet going to admit it or want to be one. You don't never see no prophet tell you they no damn prophet. That's not a good job. That is not a job that anybody would brag about. So when you hear people start talking about they're a prophet, that's a false prophet. Just the fact they bragging on it, you know they lying. Who the hell would brag on that job? That job sucks. So I'm on this coffee. I hadn't been drinking coffee in a while. I'm on this coffee with the coconut milk in it. I'll probably be on that coffee this week. Well, I don't know. I've been working out, so sometime I'll cool out before I work out. I've been working out. But I'm expecting to be doing a lot of lives this week. It's going to be up all the way through till we get to the first of the year. I'm going to be kicking it. I got a lot to say. I got subjects lined up for you all. You know what I'm saying? Banana milk is real good. Banana milk is good. It is. And Starbucks don't have banana milk, so I always get the coconut. I always get the mocha, the coconut, extra, extra hot, no whip. But anytime I got to go to the gym, I cut back. I don't be wanting to work out with that caffeine in my system. So we're going to be talking about prophecies, politicians, and right now I would say is kind of heavy. I would say right now things are a little strange. It is somewhat biblical right now when you look at the politics and everything. It's like something you would read in the Bible. The way everything is unfolding. For sure. Even when you look at the president and you look at Trump, it's biblical, you know? So let's see. The brother's here. Let's see what's going on. All right, bro.
All right.
All
Should
right.
be good now.
Yeah, you good.
All right. So, like I was saying before, I'm gonna start at verse 6,
Chapter
and it
what?
says, "Now among these were the children of Judah."
What chapter you on?
Still, chapter 1 at verse 6.
Okay. Because new people came in, so let them know what you're doing because there's new people. Now,
Gotcha.
Eric Calvin saying there's still an echo.
There is.
I don't
Man,
hear it, but he's saying, but you need to be really close to the phone. That's the key. Like, you got to be close because when you're talking and the voice got to travel, then it's not going to be so clear.
right.
Okay, now talk now.
Check 1, check 2.
That seems better over here. What y'all think? Okay, he gonna get himself together. He's just far from the phone. He don't know that when you're far, your voice is gonna echo. You got to be right up on the mic. That's why a lot of times when people doing live, they be talking like this. You see, so you can really hear me. You know.
Okay, can y'all see me?
Yeah, we see you, and you close as you can get, right?
Yeah. Are they still saying it's an echo?
No, they're not saying it's an echo, right? They said turn your TV down or turn your volume down. You got a volume up for your voice, might be a little high. Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. All right, check 1, check 2.
All right, that should be all right.
All right. So yeah, we just wanted to talk about Daniel, chapter 1, and just the different things that Daniel went through.
Okay.
Are they saying any echo now?
No, they saying it's better.
Okay,
Go ahead.
good to go. So we at chapter 1. I'm starting at verse 6, and I'm gonna skip a couple of verses because I noticed something when I was reading it. It mentions the Hebrew boys that's always talked about in different songs and when you read the Bible. So starting at chapter 6,
Okay,
verse
now,
6, chapter 1.
now listen. Before you get started, now what
Uh-huh.
is this? What is this in reference to? So now, when they
This
listen to
isn't
this, what is the conversation about? Like, okay, you're gonna read them this, but this is for what purpose? Like, what's the discussion?
just talking about the different prophecies and how, if you read in Daniel, how he dealt with the government. He's dealing with a king, and how he trusted in the Most High and stood up for what was right, despite what was the adversity that was coming against him.
So,
So just
right. So basically, what you're talking about is you're trying to show the government and how it was intruding on people and their beliefs and things like that,
exactly,
and then how they were able to, how Daniel was dealing with the government, right?
exactly. Yep, he dealt with it on the physical level and the so-called soul level or spiritual level. Dealing with eating and dealing with basically standing up against the government.
Now, do you know who was Daniel's father?
Uh,
They done show his lineage and all that, right?
I don't think it shows his lineage. I would have to do some more
Okay.
research.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Go ahead with what you're reading, and we're in
So
Daniel
yeah, so
chapter. Yeah.
starting at chapter 1, verse 6. So it said, now among these were the children of Judah, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And I read that on purpose because when you go down to verse 7, so until the son whom the prince of eunuchs gave name, for he gave unto Daniel the name Belteshazzar, and to Hananiah Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach.
Okay. Now hold on a minute.
Mm-hmm.
According to what I'm looking at, they saying Daniel was David's son with his second wife, Abigail.
Okay.
Okay? So Daniel is the son of King David
Right.
by his second wife.
Wife.
Okay?
See that's heathen and David's lineage, which makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So as you saying with the changing of your name, they had Hebrew names, but under this king, they were given different names, which is very important. You always speak about the names and what they mean to us and how we should change our names from slave names to more righteous names. So even in the scripture, it deals with that and how they dealt with names, giving them these Babylonian names instead of allowing them to have their Hebrew Israelite names. So I thought that was interesting in and of itself
Right.
when you first read this. So, and then Azariah, they gave Abednego. So that's where we got Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego from. Those were Babylonian names.
Right.
So if you go down to verse 8, but Daniel proposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore, he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. So again, that's going to defiling himself, eating the king's meat, and this might be going in reference of what's that god that they Misra, where they've eaten the blood and the meat. That might have been the same thing he was trying to get away from, not eating that meat and that blood.
Mhm.
So I'm going to drop down to verse 12, and then I'm going to say, prove thy servants, I beseech thee, 10 days, and let them give us pulse. And it says here beans, but I've also heard vegetables, basically vegetables or fruit, and water to drink. Then let our continents be looked upon before thee, and the continents of the children that eat the portion of the king's meat, and thou seest deal with thy servants. And this is where it comes with. So he consented to them in this matter and proved them 10 days. So that's where we get that Daniel fast for the 10 days with no preservative, no processed foods, anything of that sort.
Right.
And then it says, okay, at verse 15, at the end of the 10 days, their countenance appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which eat the portion of the king's meat. So I thought that was interesting how Daniel stood up. Him and the rest of the Hebrew boys stood up in the face of the king, wanted to offering them the basically the foul meat, and they ate the vegetables or the beans instead, and they came out even stronger.
Right.
So, and that's what we're dealing with today. The government is giving all of this poison to us. They're giving us meat, and sometimes they even giving us poison vegetables, depending
Right.
on how they are fertilizing these vegetables and stuff, and it's causing salmonella and other diseases that we have to deal with. So it's still to this day that we having to um, basically stand up and say, hey, we're not going to eat your defiled foods. We're going to eat righteous food, vegan or vegetarian, and we're going to come out even stronger. So I just thought that was very interesting. Um, and he continues to stand up against King Nebuchadnezzar and the different things that they set up against him. And one of the things that the king wanted him to do after he saw that Daniel and the Hebrew boys were stronger, just eating the false, he asked Daniel to help him to interpret dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And Daniel was able to do this, understanding all visions and dreams of the king. And that's where you get into the second chapter, where Nebuchadnezzar had these different dreams. And it was basically talking about his downfall. And when I was reading that, the Nebuchadnezzar had all his magicians and sorcerers and different soothsayers giving him so-called advice.
Mm-hmm.
And when you really look at it, the person that we're getting ready to have to come into office now, Trump, he's stacking the deck. He has the Supreme Court stacked. He's getting the cabinet stacked with different people, basically yes men and yes women, to say nothing against him. They're not going to challenge him at all. And this is the same thing Nebuchadnezzar was doing. And as you read further into the different chapters, he has a son as well that he deals with, and God deals with him. And I think, and, I might be wrong, but this is my hypothesis. I think Trump is basically backing himself into a corner where the Most High, Mother Nature, is going to deal with him directly. And if you all remember, when COVID hit, I think he was in office for about 18 months, maybe a year. The whole pandemic hit. He had all of these ideas that he thought he was going to do. But Mother Nature and the Most High came in and switched things up. And even with this, he's not even in office yet. And we're dealing with worldly wars, Ukraine, Syria, Ukraine, all of these things he just coming into office that he's going to have to deal with. And I think it's going to be a little bit different than what we think. And I think we're seeing, if you look at the scriptures, you can kind of sometimes parallel these things and see how the Most High is dealing with different leaders across the globe. So that was just my hypothesis and what I was thinking about when I was reading Daniel, and how interesting that was, how Nebuchadnezzar and his son were dealt with Daniel and with the Most High when they were disobedient. So, yeah.
Interesting. All right, so y'all, we having a deep conversation here. We're going to get into, this is getting ready to be heavy. We're going to get into some heavy conversation. And so here we go. Now, I'm going to add on to what the brother was saying. Now, a lot of y'all, you don't understand one thing that I'm going to tell you about Nebuchadnezzar. I'm going to tell you about Trump and all these people. The thing is that when you look at these countries and you look at these governments, the leaders don't run anything. The leaders are beholden to sorcerers.
Mm.
Y'all want to get deep? We're gonna get deep. So the leaders are beholden to sorcerers. Okay, if you go look, for example, a lot of the sorcery went into the church.
Right.
If you go look at England or you look at Rome, if you look deep into any of those stories, the main people that the king was having problem out of was the church.
Right.
And the person that ran the church actually was the one that really ran the government.
Exactly.
And anytime these leaders don't do what this sorcerer want, then their power is in jeopardy.
Right.
So when you look at America and you look at the Obamas and you look at the Trumps and you look, they are not the ones calling the shots.
Exactly.
There are sorcerers that call the shots. And they don't necessarily have to be at the government, just
Mm-hmm.
like the church was separated but had enough power to control the government. So when you look at the food, there is allegedly YouTube, so don't say this is misinformation, because they say my stuff is misinformation.
Right.
There are sorcerers behind the scenes controlling your religion, your food, and your government.
Right.
And so, whereas you get the food based on what the lower levels say, the sorcerers are providing the food for a whole different reason. And so, what you think is just, just a sausage or just devil's food cake
Right.
or just deviled ham,
Right.
you don't understand that.
Deviled eggs.
Yeah, what you don't understand is no, you're not just getting that. There's sorcery behind that.
Right.
There's experiments on rats to see what an artificial color will do to your brain.
Right.
And they have these rats eat these artificial colors or these artificial flavors, and they register their brain. And they see how fanatical they could become if they eat this. If they eat this, will it make them kill the other rat just to get it? See, if you knew, especially with these rats, what they be doing
Right.
before they give you this stuff, you wouldn't believe it.
Right.
And so they are giving you food, hey Tasha, that's designed to make you addicted
Right.
and designed to make sure they can control you. They can control your moods. They can control your thoughts. They can control your self-esteem, your
Right.
anxiety. It's not just food. It's
Right.
witchcraft. It's witchcraft. It's witchcraft.
Right.
You gotta understand that satanic and Lucifer is a liar. And so if you buy something that say cherry, but it ain't no cherries in it, that's a lie.
Exactly.
Think about it. Cherry candy, cherry this, but there's no cherry, there's no apple, nothing in it. This
Right.
is one of the highest levels of deception. So then you say, well, what's in it? And what do they tell you? Well, it's artificial colors, artificial flavors. Now listen to me close. But it's not really artificial colors. Because when you look at the artificial colors, there's no ingredient called artificial colors.
Exactly.
The artificial colors is numerous ingredients.
Right.
Now, what are all these individual specific ingredients in this artificial color?
Right.
Okay, and that's when you get into the witchcraft. Okay,
Yep.
that's when now you're getting into the higher level of witchcraft because that's what's going on.
Right.
And they monitor because their sorcery is everywhere.
Exactly.
So they'll watch me right now. And if I'm not a good boy, they'll take me out of here.
Right.
And the stuff they give you, what is it really for? Like a lot of your stuff that they make red. Why is there bugs? Why are they using bugs? Are
Exactly.
they using bugs just for the color? Or is there other esoterical or what we would call mental or cosmic, negative cosmic? What is that bug? Like, what is the vibe of that bug when you consume that bug?
Right.
What does that do besides make the food red?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so, it's real heavy. So
Right.
you got anything? What other verses you want to read, or where else you want to go? Now, so right now we're talking in terms of the government, and he's talking about prophets and people battling against governments, and we're comparing that to how we're living today in
Right.
Canada, in
Yep.
England, in Russia, in China, and how we're trying to deal with that.
Exactly. And just to follow up on what you were saying with the sorcerers and stuff. So if you go to chapter 2, it
Okay.
says in the second year, this at the first verse,
Uh huh.
chapter 2 at the first verse, and the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreams wherewith his spirit was troubled, and he slept, break from him. Then the king commanded all the magicians, like you were saying before, and the astrologers, and the sorcerers. So this has been going, there's nothing new under the sun. He's calling these people to come and interpret his dreams. Again, when he was troubled in his sleep, he woke up from his sleep. And he called again to Daniel, if you read further down. He calls to Daniel again to interpret. He
What
first
chapter?
calls the sorceress.
You got to tell us what verse because people might be following along.
I got you. I got you. So let's just read down here. So then, verse 2.
Okay.
Then the king commanded to all the magicians and the astrologers and the sorcerers and the Chaldeans for to show the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king.
All right.
And the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know their dream. And we're going to keep on going down. Let's go to verse 6. But if ye show the dream, this is what the sorcerers and the musicians are saying. Verse 6, but if we show the dream and the interpretation thereof, ye shall receive gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore, show me the dream and the interpretation thereof. And they answered and said, let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation thereof. And the king answered and said, I know of certainly that ye would gain the time because ye see the thing is gone from me. So let's keep on down. The verse 10, and the Chaldeans answered before the king and said, there is not a man upon the earth that show the king's matter. Therefore there is no king, lord, no ruler that acts such things at any magician or astrologer or Chaldean. So we're going to keep on going, and we're going to get to where he asks Daniel at verse 13. And the decree went forth to the wise men.
Hold on. Now, before you keep going,
Uh-huh.
if you look at verse 5,
Uh-huh.
Well, verse 4, he said, Then spake the Chaldeans to the king of Syriac, O
Mm-hmm.
king, live forever. Tell thy servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation. The
Right.
king answered and said to the Chaldeans, The thing is gone from me. If ye will not make known unto me the dream,
Right.
with the interpretation thereof, ye shall be cut into pieces,
Right.
and your house shall be made a dunghill. So your
Right.
house will be made a pile of shit. Now you
Right.
tell me that ain't, come on,
That's pressure.
that's pressure. Okay?
Yeah, man.
And so when they say your house is a shithole or a pile of shit, like it used to really, they used to really take all the dung from their cows and stuff and really dump it where you used to live, like for
Right.
real,
Right. Right.
not for
Right.
play. Like,
Right.
they really would dump cow manure on your property,
Right.
high up over your whole house.
Right.
Okay, keep going, bro.
So then, if you go to verse 12, for this cause, the king was angry and very furious and commanded to destroy all the wise men of Babylon because they couldn't figure out what the dream was about.
Right.
And the decree went forth that the wise man should be slain. And they sought Daniel and his fellows to be slain. And then Daniel answered with a counsel and wisdom to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, which was gone forth to slay the wise men of Babylon. Uh, then we're going to go to verse 6, where we're going to get to Daniel again, 16 rather. Then Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time, that he would show the king the interpretation. And Daniel went to his house and made the thing known to Ananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and his companions, and that they would desire mercies of God of heaven concerning this secret, that Daniel and his fellows should not perish with the rest of the wise men in Babylon. And let's keep on going.
No, read 19.
Read 19.
Yep.
Then was the secret revealed unto Daniel in a night vision. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven.
Okay.
Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. All right.
And so what was the vision about?
Let's get to the vision here. Uh, let's go. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So if you go to verse 31. All right, verse 31. Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, a great image. This is what he interpreted in the dream.
Mm-hmm.
This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and form thereof was terrible. This image head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet, that were of iron and clay, and break them to pieces. Then was that iron, the clay, and brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, became like the chaff of the summer, threshing floors, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. This is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king.
All right, check it out. Now I'll
Uh-huh.
take over. I'll take over, right?
Uh-huh.
And so the dream was basically this: He said, Thou, O king, art the king of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength of glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and fowls of the heaven hath given into thine hand, and hath made thee ruler over them all. He said, After thee shall arise other kingdom inferior to thee,
Exactly.
and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh in pieces, and subdueth all the things, and as iron that breaketh these, shall it break in pieces and bruise. And
Mhm.
whereas thou sawest the feet and toes part of the potter clay, and part of the iron, the kingdom shall be divided.
Right.
But there shall be in it of strength of iron, forasmuch as thou sawest the iron mixed with mirrored clay.
Mhm.
And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken.
Right.
And where else thou sawest iron mixed with the clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay.
Mhm.
And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. So he basically was telling them that more kingdoms were going to come and they were going to be weaker and weaker and weaker,
Right.
and that righteousness was going to eventually prevail. Everything they got
Exactly.
was going to fall,
Right.
basically,
Right. Right.
in a
And
in
that's
a
what we're
nutshell.
seeing now.
It's exactly
That's
what we're
basically what we're
seeing.
seeing now. We're seeing a great kingdom that's fallen, wars and rumors of wars, different kingdoms rising up, challenging the so-called superpowers, and it
Hmm.
is ultimately going to be destroyed at the end of the day.
And have you noticed how similar this is to Kemet, which is Egypt, and Joseph?
Right.
The same thing. Go, nobody don't know. Go get Joseph to tell me what's going on.
Right.
This time, go get. They had to get an enemy, somebody
Right.
they was oppressing, to tell them what's going on. And
Right.
imagine me as a great king, and I'm oppressing you, and I have you come tell me what's going on, and you come tell me, well, basically, Pharaoh, your shit gonna fall.
Right.
The dream mean you're full of shit. Your kingdom's not gonna stand. You know, Imagine you the king, you hearing them tell you this.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
This is the
But
world we living in. Because
right.
when the pressure come, their sorcerers are limited
Yes.
because the sorcerers can only deal with wickedness.
Right.
So anything that's not in the dark, they can't see.
Exactly.
Sorcerers cannot see the future.
Right.
Sorcerers try to alter the future
Right.
with potions and poisons and things like that. You know what I'm
And
saying?
robots and
That's what
automation.
that's where we headed because
Right.
if you look at the situation with Trump's administration, you
Right.
will see that the most powerful person is Elon Musk.
Right.
And you will notice that Trump has put somebody in power that has more money than him and that has more power technologically than him.
Right.
And so when you usually look in the scripture, If I was there doing the interpretation, I would tell the king, it's you and this Elon,
Right.
and y'all shall rise up and y'all shall battle.
Mm.
But one that thou hast not paid attention to shall rise up. One that's more evil than either one of y'all. And he
Exactly.
said, something you didn't see coming.
Right.
Because they don't see this dude coming.
At all.
They don't see him.
At all.
And when you look, we don't see him.
We don't. He don't say a word.
We don't see dude. None. Think about it. You don't see him.
Nope.
Nowhere.
Nope. He wasn't even on that picture that you had posted with them on the plane. There you go. Yep.
You don't see him.
You don't see him there.
And he's the one I'm worried about.
Exactly.
I'm not worried about, and look at Elon. Look at the smirk on his face
Right.
and how inferior he feels these other guys are.
Yeah.
They're a joke to him. Look, he's trying not to. Man, look at his face.
Yeah, exactly.
His face said they are a joke. And check this out. He said eat McDonald's. But look at Elon.
Right.
Elon ain't touched it.
Nope.
Elon ain't touched it. Now, if you know anything about Elon, especially his ex, you would know that Elon ain't no telling what he eat.
Right.
Right? Do you know anything about Grimes?
Right.
This is his ex.
Got you.
What y'all know about her?
Wow.
Okay? What y'all know about Grimes?
Wow.
You see what's going on? Just look at this picture closely. Who is that behind her grabbing her?
Exactly.
What's the idea?
Yep. What they trying to convey there.
And why their hands pale to like frozen blue?
Right.
Look at the dark side.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven and hell.
Yep. So we're dealing with some heavy level wickedness, man. And like I said, it's been going on, even in the scriptures. The same stuff is happening over and over and over again, where the people have to stand up. What happened during COVID? That was a litmus test, man. And a lot of decisions were made under pressure. That was extreme pressure because you were either given a chance. If you was working for somebody, you're going to either take this remedy or you lose your job. So they have given us a trial run of real pressure. And how many of us stood up during that time?
Yeah, and what they did, because I'm in a huge city, I can see what they did. They have done permanent damage.
Right.
To a lot of people mentally.
You're exactly right.
There are people still got masks on.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
There are people still scared to be in big crowds.
Yeah.
This is why the concerts are flopping. This is why the gatherings aren't doing so good. Because there's people still not comfortable with being in huge crowds.
Right.
Okay? And there's people like myself that are looking for the next one
Mm,
because we know it's coming.
exactly right.
Okay, I'm about to order a whole big bundle of masks and gloves
Right.
because when it hit the fan, you ain't gonna be able to find none of that stuff.
Exactly.
And
And
when you look at biblically, you don't get hit with one thing.
nah,
You get hit with multiple situations,
exactly.
including
And like one of the things that was going on now is with this walking pneumonia. I'm hearing people get walking pneumonia now. The upper respiratory situation, RSV, I think it's called. So
yeah,
you're hearing people talk about that now. Then I saw some in the news about bird flu breakout.
the
The
bird
bird
flu.
flu.
The bird flu has officially a human being for the first time has officially got a serious bird flu infection
Wow.
where they said it crossed into from the birds to different birds.
Right.
It went into the chickens, then it went into the cows, and now they fear it's gone into the humans, which
Wow.
I talked about a while. That's why, I'm the bad guy on here because I'm not supposed to tell y'all that. But
Right.
when the cows got it, they were panicking then because a cow is a mammal
Right.
and we're mammals.
Yep.
So they knew the progression. Okay?
Yep.
It's very serious right now.
Yeah.
And you can see the sabotage of the fruits and vegetables
Yeah, man.
that really look suspicious at a time where they know a lot of people will switch from the sorcery,
Yep.
and all of a sudden they're going to say, well, the fruits and vegetables got something wrong with them.
Exactly.
I mean, it's very convenient.
Yep. Because a lot of people are switching to vegetarian or either vegan liberty. So what, like you said, what's the likelihood that stuff will be getting E. coli? Different
Right.
fruits and vegetables will be getting E. coli.
Right. So
And
look what he posted from Luke. The light
uh-huh,
of the body is the eye. Therefore, when thine eye is single, thy whole body also is full of light. But when thy eye is evil, thy body is also full of darkness.
exactly. What they said, the you can see the soul of the person through their eyes, so you can look in their eyes. Um, but yeah, man, we're dealing with high level of sorcery with our food, um, with the media, social media. There's so much information now, even with the videos that we see, with AI that's come in, which is a part of the end time. The videos that we see, are these real or are these AI generated? You know, even with I didn't know this. I was talking to some of my little cousins. Um, Even in the colleges now, they're using AI to do the homework and stuff, to do papers.
Hmm.
So it's bringing down the intelligence. If you're using this AI to do a paper, you're not doing the research and writing. You're not doing the math problems. You're not learning. You're
The
just getting the
intelli-
answer.
the intelligence level has been declining, and I've been seeing this years ago. That's why I say it's a hard life I live because I have to watch this stuff 40, 50 years that I've been seeing. Give you a perfect
Right.
example. My oldest daughter's in her 40s now. She was probably about 8. I went by my mother's house and she was there, and they had bought her a little thing that teaches you how to spell.
Right.
So my daughter is there pushing this button, Bright, Bright. Now
Mm.
my mother and father got angry with me because I told my parents that if this thing could spell, why would she have to learn how to spell?
Exactly.
But they didn't understand what I was saying. I'm saying, Mom, they are showing her her replacement.
You're exactly right.
And right now, I don't have to know how to spell. All
Nope.
I got to do is get in my phone and just begin to type it, and it pops right up.
Yep.
Self check, self spell, spelling everything for you. If you
Yep.
spell it wrong, it'll show you this ain't it. And when you backspace, it'll show you, is it this word, this word? I mean, you don't have to know anything.
Nothing at all. And it try to tell you what you want to say.
Yeah, and the young generation, they just type in slang.
Right.
They don't write brother. They just bruh. Bruh, bruh. They don't know how to
Yep.
spell anything. They can't
Nothing at
spell at
all.
all.
Bro, they not even teaching them times table in school. They have them doing this long, convoluted way of learning multiplication. You know how we had our composition books and we would
Right,
memorize the times tables.
right.
They're not even learning the times table. And they're saying in their classes in elementary school, if they're reading something and they're writing an answer, they don't mark off them spelling the word wrong.
No,
They still get full credit. They just write it how it sounds.
right.
But I'm saying, okay, if you're doing spelling, how they gonna learn how to spell? So it's almost on purpose, man. They're dumbing everything down where you don't have any critical thinking skills. You don't have to learn the basics, your math, your reading, your comprehension at all.
And that's what a lot of these people is saying. A lot of these highly intellectual people that be talking, they say they dumbing us down. But the fact is, they not dumbing us down. The fact
Uh
is, the fact is, they telling you you don't need to know this shit.
huh. Right.
See, they not
Right.
really, they not. You don't need to learn to spell for what?
Right.
We're not hiring you to spell.
Interesting.
We don't need you to spell. We don't need you to write. So what we gonna teach you that for? We don't
Interesting.
need you to know no math. What you need to know math for?
Wow.
What you need to know math for? You go on your phone. What's 89 times 72? It's gonna say. It's gonna tell you.
Good Lord.
So they not dumbing you down. They don't. They just don't want to teach you information that's not valuable.
Right. You're gonna be obsolete because you ain't gonna be working.
You are obsolete now. Elon Musk and all of them, they're calling for universal income.
Mm.
And people don't even know what and universal income means. Nobody will have a job.
Wow.
They'll just send everybody a little check.
Universal welfare.
Universal welfare. Yeah, because they're saying it's cheaper just to send everybody a welfare check than to invest in you.
Right.
Why waste that money investing in you? Why waste that money for health insurance and all that? When they could just
Right.
sit some money on the side, you could just walk around like a robot, don't do nothing, and they send you a check.
Right.
And you don't do nothing in society. That's what Elon Musk is pushing.
Right.
He's saying
And
for
matter of fact,
Go ahead.
no, matter of fact, I just found out this weekend. I didn't realize it, but he started Starlink. So
Yeah.
he's from South Africa. It's an internet service. and he's trying to get all of these countries um, connected with Starlink in Africa. Well, you know, a lot of our countries over there in Africa are not poor, but they're going to give them internet. And we, like you said, we know what's coming with that. The satellites and everything is connected. And what's the likelihood that a person like Elon Musk would be in a cabinet position in the White House?
And why would he give them? Why would he give Africa Starlink? You know why? He ain't giving that to the Africans. He giving that to the white people that's gonna run Africa.
Got you.
That's not for the Africans. That's for the oppressors.
Right.
That's for the people that's stealing the gold and the diamonds and the cobalt and the stuff that he's using to run his empire.
Right.
He's trying to put over 3,000 satellites to go around and around the planet. This is Starlink. This is some of the satellites they caught a picture of. But
Good Lord.
it's a row of them. And every time he send up some more get in line. And it's going to be a big old row of satellites just going around and around. And that's Starlink.
Wow.
That's Starlink. All designed to get rid of humans.
Right.
Starlink is not to help humans.
Right.
Starlink is to make sure that automatic cars can drive and there are never no blank spots. So, for example, if you're in Chicago and you drive an Uber and you're using your Google Maps, there's blank spots.
Right.
But a Google Map will turn off. Even when you drive outside Chicago and you get out on in the suburbs, out in nowhere where it's just nothing but land, sometimes your Google Map will stop because there's nowhere for the signal to bounce out.
Exactly.
So what he wants to do is he wants to take the 5G to 10G
Good Lord.
and then bounce the signal from straight from the satellite so you won't have to bounce it from pole to pole.
Right.
You'll be able to bounce it straight down like this
From the satellite.
from the satellites
Wow.
where all the robots can run everything. They have whole automation at the shipping yards where the stuff is coming in. This is why they went on strike
Yep.
because they're getting ready to replace them. And human beings, they're trying to make human beings obsolete
Right.
because what they want to do is challenge the creator.
Yep.
Okay? If you look in the Bible, you will see in the first chapter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You will see, let me go and show you. I hope this don't get too heavy for y'all. Y'all better go get something to drink because it's going to get ugly. It's going to get ready to get heavy. Okay? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay? Hold on to your seats. Right? Now, let me show you this timeline. So, if you look, you're going to see the growth of where we're going. If you look in the first chapter of Genesis, it doesn't say the word Lord.
Nope.
It just says God.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, God said, let us. Now, who is us?
Right.
If there's only God, who is God talking to? So in the first chapter, if God say, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air, right? Right? Now look at this. Now there's only God, right?
Yeah.
All right. If there's only God and God is a male, why did God say, so God created man in his own image? In the image of God created him male and female.
Yep.
Now, how could God create you in the image of God, male and female, unless God is male and female?
Right.
Okay, now that's in the first chapter. Okay? So now when you look into the second chapter, right, you're going to see that all of a sudden it doesn't say God, it says, it starts all over again.
Yep. Verse 4.
And it says, so now these, okay, we went through that generation, the generation of God, male and female. Now these are the generations of the heavens and earth when they were created in the day that the Lord, and look how they capitalize Lord to let you know, zoom in on Lord.
Exactly.
So this is not God.
Right.
This is the Lord God.
Right.
This is the Lord. This is not God.
Right.
Okay? This is the Lord God. The first chapter was God. And God,
Right.
male and female, created lords. And one of
Yep.
the lords did what? One of the lords
Made the earth and the heavens.
Yeah, but here go the thing. One of the lords, if you go to Genesis 2:7, the Lord formed.
Right.
Now, God did not form. God created
Right.
male and female. The Lord God only made a man.
Right.
Okay? God listen, God created him created him. Male and female created
Right.
them. The Lord did not create, the Lord formed from the ground.
From the ground.
So this shows you the difference between the higher power
Right.
and the scientists.
Right.
Okay? Now, if you look at Genesis 2:7, and if you came up like I did, watching creature features and stuff,
Right.
and if you watched Frankenstein, you would know that this is the story of Frankenstein.
Right.
Because what did Dr. Frankenstein do? He formed a man from the ground. He went and dug up body parts out the ground
Right.
and put them together, and he only made Frankenstein.
Right.
And then he seen Frankenstein was lonely, and he went and made the bride
Bride of Frankenstein.
of Frankenstein, which would be Eve.
Right.
Okay? Which is mighty interesting that Eve, if you put ill on it, you get evil. So the Lord didn't create. The Lord went and took a rib from Adam
Right.
and made a woman. Not only did he took a rib, it says he put Adam to sleep,
To sleep. Yep.
which is anesthesia. So you got, when they show you these They showing you some old naked people in the forest now.
Nah.
These was high tech science. These was people from these was high tech beings.
Right.
Nobody can just make no man, can cut no man and take his rib out. No, this is science. And the
Right.
key is when he said he put Adam to sleep. That is anesthesia.
Right.
You understand? So what does that got to do with this conversation? Because when Adam and Eve was made, right, you had the Most High God, male and female.
Right.
And this Most High God make a bunch of lords and lordesses. And then one of these lords goes and makes Adam. And then one of these lords takes Adam and do some science and makes Eve.
Right.
Puts him in the garden and say, don't touch this tree.
Right.
The serpent appears. Now, I ain't read nothing about no serpent.
Nope.
And no preachers don't talk about this.
Nah.
What serpent? What serpent? Genesis 1 don't say nothing about no serpents. Nothing says nothing about no serpent.
Nope.
How did the serpent come? The serpent came on some, man, he don't want you to eat this because he don't want you to get smart like him.
Right.
He know if you eat this, you ain't going to be listening to his bullshit. Look at him. He got clothes and shit on. He got shoes on.
Right.
Y'all out here naked. Why he got shoes on? Why they got, look at the lords out there. Because trust me, the serpent pointed out the lords and lordesses because one lord made them, but it was a bunch of lords and lordesses because it said, let us make man in our image, male and female, not a man and a woman, male and female, which are a bunch of males and females the first God made.
Right.
So if you think and just think about it, the serpent told them, look, they got clothes on. They out there living, and they got you a slave in here taking care of the garden.
Right.
Because when you look at the story, it sounds like abuse. Because you didn't put them in the garden, but you out there living.
Right.
Right? Now, check the story now. So, boom. They go eat off the tree of knowledge.
Right.
You know they was slow. They were slow.
Right.
Me, I would have camped up. Because there was a tree of knowledge and good and evil, and there was a tree of everlasting life.
There you go.
So I would have went and bit off the tree of knowledge. Then I would have went and ate off the tree of everlasting life. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, why that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But this the interesting part. So this Lord comes to check on his slaves
Right.
that he got in the garden, and they hiding.
They had.
Now this is a very important part. So he say, where y'all at?
Right.
They say, we hiding. He said, why? And what did they say? Because we are naked.
Right.
Which means the Lord got clothes on.
Right.
Because if I'm naked, you ain't going to hide.
Right.
You wouldn't hide if we was all naked and I came in the garden. Why would you hide?
Exactly.
So the fact they say we naked mean the Lord had clothes on.
Right.
And what did the Lord say? Who told you you was naked?
Right.
Just think about that story. That
Right.
story deep, man. Y'all got to read that Bible without the religious connotation. The
Exactly.
Lord say, who told you was naked?
Right.
Boy, that's deep.
Yeah.
That's deep.
Yeah.
And why was they naked if you got clothes on?
Right.
So boom, they got to get out the garden and come out there and live with everybody else.
Right.
So it wasn't a curse they was kicked out the garden. They just had to come and live with the rest of the lords and lordesses.
Right.
Because the Lord didn't live in the garden.
Right.
So the religion tried to teach that they was cursed because they was kicked out the garden. No, because the lords and lordesses wasn't in the garden.
Right.
You understand? And nobody snitched. They snitched on themselves because they hid. And when he
Exactly.
came in there, Ross, he like, where y'all at? And they like, we hiding. He didn't know they had did nothing until he came in there.
Exactly.
When he came in there, he said they was hiding.
Right.
And when he said, why y'all hiding? They said, because we naked. So, of course, when he got them out, he like, how y'all know y'all naked and all this? They said, well, we bit off the tree. You know what I'm saying? The serpent told us to bit off the tree because you ain't want us to eat the shit. And he said, okay, y'all got to get out. Get out my
Right.
garden. I'll get somebody else to take care of it. Because y'all tripping, right? Now, the Christians teach you that they was banished into some negative area.
Right.
Okay. That's not what the Bible say.
No.
Because the Bible say once they got kicked out, they started breeding all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened? There was giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when what? The sons of God start sleeping with the daughters of men
Mm-hmm.
and bear children to them. So now these lords start sleeping with the descendants of Eve
Right.
and having giant babies.
Yep.
Okay? That's why it had to rain 40 days and 40 nights.
Exactly.
So now, okay, now think about it. I'm the Most High God, me and my wife. We create y'all. One of y'all go and make some motherfuckers.
Right.
I ain't tell you to do it, but do you. Then, when you go make them, they breaking rules and everything. You have to discipline them. All right, cool. But then, y'all start sleeping with them.
Right.
Y'all done went and made some stuff, and now y'all sleeping with them.
Right.
So the Most High was like, okay, everybody come to the kingdom, all the lords and lordesses. All y'all, I'm drowning all of y'all except Noah and his family. Everybody else got to die because y'all tripping, right? So Adam, Eve, they was all killed.
Right.
They never existed no more.
Right.
The only ones that exist was us, and the only reason we existed because we was God's grandchildren.
Right.
Because God's sons had slept with Eve. So what do they call Christ? God and man. So we are God and man because we are the descendants of Eve and the sons of God.
Right.
So technically, according to my philosophy, God is not our father.
Right.
God is our grandfather.
Right.
And the Lord God is our father.
Right.
We are the grandchildren of the Most High,
Right.
or whatever was the highest God in this story.
Right.
That's who we are.
Right.
What has this got to do with what we talking about? A lot. Because now the Luciferians want to make a man.
Exactly.
They want to do the story now and make a man in their image.
Their image.
You understand? They want to come with some really evil type mentality, and they want to do the same thing, y'all.
Same thing.
They want to make the next lower species.
Right.
So now these people, that's the next lower species, which really is the higher species because we got the blood of God
Right.
and the Lord. So because we God's grandchildren, that's why he didn't kill everybody.
Right.
Because that's his seed. That's why the Bible keeps saying, for my name's sake, I'm going to give y'all a break because y'all my grandchildren.
Right.
You understand? Y'all riding with me? So now they want to make a species.
Right.
And their image on the dark side.
Right. There you go.
Okay? They want to make a species. This is what you see going on in the world right now. And they want to defile the Lord God and the Most High God by making this species and trying to eliminate us.
Right. Because that's what it boils down to go against everything that the Most High has established, and basically to embarrass him, to show that we go against him.
Right. Now,
Mm-hmm.
why you think that? What you think is behind that?
What you mean?
Why? Why is the negativity mad at God? Why is Lucifer mad at God?
Because he lost his spot. At first, he was the closest, almost the closest to God. And now, since we his grandchildren, they are below us. The angels are below us. We gonna be judging angels when the New Jerusalem comes.
There you've been studying. You've been listening. He been listening to me, y'all. He been paying attention. So you had the Most High God, you had the lords and lordesses, you had the angels. Okay?
Right.
Then you had Adam and Eve.
Right.
But when the lords and lordesses, when those lords start sleeping with the children of Adam and Eve and had us, now you got the Most High God and Goddess, the lords and lordesses, and then us. And then the angels.
Yep.
All the angels, Michael and all them was cool with it.
Right.
But Lucifer was pissed.
Yep.
Because guess what? Lucifer been pissed the whole time.
Right.
He didn't even like Adam and Eve. That's why he went and told them to do that goofy shit. So he been
That's
a hater.
Right. That's true.
He been jealous. Because why would you tell them to do that?
Right.
If they maker told them don't touch this, why would you come and say, man, don't listen to him?
Right.
Now ask yourself something that's weird about this story. How did Lucifer have the power to go against the Lord?
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
That's a good question.
See what I'm saying? What made him so bold where he go against the Lord and say, man, don't listen to dude? You know why? Because the Lord wasn't nobody. The Lord just means man. It just means overseer, landlord. Landlord means the overseer. So when the Most High God, male and female, made these Lord gods, male and female, they was just here to oversee.
Right.
That's why when you read the chapter 1, it's like, okay, this the Most High God did all this, set up the earth and stuff. When you read the chapter 2, it say, now this is when the Lord gods and goddesses start doing their thing.
Right.
They was given certain stuff to do.
Right.
The Most High God and Goddess said, okay, we got the stuff. Y'all can name this shit. Y'all go ahead.
Do what you need to do. Right.
Do what you do with it. We ain't got to name it and all of that.
Right.
So they was the ones came and started setting everything up and naming everything, and they was given the power to run this kingdom. Like a father and a mother build a house and give it to the children.
Exactly.
They say, go ahead, decorate it, do whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. So he says Satan only has 1/20th power of the Most High. That's if that, because Satan don't got really much power because Satan's nothing but an angel. No, well, let me clarify that, Ross. I'm still looking into that, Ross, because I had studied the Satanic Bible,
Mm,
and what I found out, Ross, is Satan ain't necessarily Lucifer.
you're exactly right.
So you got Beelzebub, Satan, Baal, all them, and I came to find out they ain't all the same.
Right.
So I don't know if Satan is Lucifer. I
Right.
don't think so though.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the serpent is.
Right.
It's not clear.
Because Christ interacted with Satan,
Christ interacted with Satan.
and Satan could only uh, present you with different situations, and you had to choose. So that's why he said, okay, if you jump off this ledge and call the angels to save you, I'll give you the kingdom. But
Right.
that was only a presentation.
Right.
And that's why Christ said, get ye behind me, Satan. So it looks like Satan is like a presenter,
Right.
and he really doesn't have any power. He can only present you with things where you make the decision to do good or evil.
Because when you're on point, because when the angels went to war against the fallen angels, Lucifer was stabbed up and hurt, supposedly, and cast down.
Right. He seemed
So,
like the boss.
so when did that happen?
Right.
That happened before any of this.
Right.
So when I think of Lucifer, I think of Dracula movies.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Dracula movies, y'all? Where they already had killed Dracula in the last movie, and he was in a coffin, and they do the next movie, and he would use telepathy to make people come dig him up.
Right.
Y'all remember that? Only the older people remember. Remember they had some Dracula pictures where Dracula had already got chained up. They got garlic on the coffin. They already beat him and buried him. And he would use his telepathy to get a dude to come dig him up,
Right.
take all that stuff off, and then that would be the person that would drive him around, would make sure nobody come and kill him
Right.
through telepathy.
Right.
And Lucifer is what? The prince of the air.
So the air.
So I'm thinking, I don't know who they all are. I'm looking into it, but I don't believe Satan is Lucifer.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't
Because,
think so.
like you said, Lucifer is wounded. So
Lucifer
he
is
has a
wounded.
physical, seems like he has a physical body.
Yes, and he's damaged.
And it seems like Satan is like more of a evil spirit that
It's,
Lucifer uses.
yeah, it's like Satan is like a Dracula. It's like somebody that can possess your body and, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And present himself. Like remember
Right.
Christ casted out all the demons, and he said, "Who are y'all?" And they said, "We are
Legion.
legions, for we
Right.
are many." And they all went in the pig and drowned. So it's a
Right.
lot of them.
Right.
It's a lot of them.
Right.
Because there's a lot of angels, I believe. I believe it's a lot of angels.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think it's billions.
Highly possible, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I think possibly is a double of the population on Earth, because we all have a guardian angel, maybe
Yeah.
two. So you got to have at least one for each person on Earth.
Right. Right. And then the guardian angel is only one kind of angels because it's like 9 different kinds.
Right.
Because the ones that's like Michael and Raphael, them ain't our guardian angels. Our guardian angels is some other angels.
Exactly.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Michael and them are warrior angels. They do damage.
They the highest level, I think, of angels. Those are the
Right.
angels on the right hand of God.
Right.
Them angels, you know what I'm saying? And then
Yep.
there's a lot of different angels. I've been trying to study that. I need to study that and do a live on that over on from Kemet to Chicago. We need to talk about. We need to look in that because it takes a lot to look into.
Exactly.
You understand? Takes
Because
a
then you
lot.
have the cherubims that have all the eyes and stuff. That's another type of creature, angel, angelic type of creature
That's
that's at the
another creature
throne.
that's
Right.
at the throne.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's the ones on the both sides of the throne. That, you know what I'm saying? In
Right.
case you want to be kibbles and bits, in case you want to get, you know what I'm saying? In case you want to get ate, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it's a scary situation, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
really want to. You don't really want to see the Most High. Like really, you really
Right.
don't. It's really not pleasant.
Right.
It's
Right.
really scary. It's really scary.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Incomprehensible, man.
read the book of Job.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When whatever God that was told Job, boy, you can't even get Leviathan out the ocean.
Right.
You can't even pull him up because he's so fierce.
Exactly.
If you see Leviathan, you'll die. You'll have a heart attack and die. And
Exactly.
then he told Job, he said, so if you can't stand before Leviathan, what make you think you can stand before me? That's when I said, oh, we.
Yeah.
So you really scary. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? You really, that was just,
Exactly.
y'all need, after 12 o'clock at night, read the book of Job.
Right.
Like 12:01 midnight.
Right.
It's the deepest book in the Bible.
It's deep. It's deep.
It's scary.
Yeah. Yeah. It breaks down almost everything, man, that we deal with about losing family,
All
about
that.
being tested,
All that.
about how friends will do you, how spouses will do you when things get tough. It's deep, man.
And he little boy Joe,
Right.
like, boy, can you go feed lions?
Right.
Like he was saying, he was talking crazy, bro. He was like, can you do this? Can you do that? And it
Right.
was like, no, I can't do all that. He said, well, okay, and but Leviathan, and it gives us, it explains Leviathan in detail,
In detail.
a description of Leviathan.
Yep.
And
Scales and everything.
I don't even know who Leviathan is,
Right.
but it don't sound like Lucifer.
That's what I'm about to say. Is he different than Lucifer? It sounds like he is.
Leviathan seemed like an animal, a creation that was created before the Lord's, like an ancient creation from the first chapter.
Right.
That's what it sound like because
Right.
it's said by many African schools of thought and many schools of thought that the behemoth,
Mm-hmm.
big elephants,
Right.
that the big elephant and this big dragon was created at the same time.
Mm.
And it's said in a lot of things that this huge these huge dragon-like creatures and elephants are mortal enemies,
Got you.
and that they cannot beat each other,
Wow.
that they're equal. And it said that even when the dragon win, if he wrap around the elephant and kill him, the elephant die on him and crush him to death.
Wow.
He can't get the elephant off of him, but the behemoth, that's the big elephant, not the elephants y'all seeing,
Right.
the prehistoric ones,
Right. Right.
which are inside of a hole. And there's a space over the Antarctic where all that shit is at.
Right. Frozen.
No, it's alive.
Oh, okay. Okay.
A pilot flew and actually went in there.
Come on.
And it's a whole world, waterfalls, everything. And there's dinosaurs and all that in there.
Wow.
He flew in there by mistake. People in the chat, tell them who that is, because I know y'all know who that is. The Admiral somebody.
I know who you're talking about.
The
Yeah, I know who
it
you're talking
It
about.
might not be the Admiral seen that, because I think the Admiral seen stuff on the boat. This was a pilot.
Right.
So I don't think that was the
Right.
Admiral. This was a
Right.
pilot. and he accidentally flew in a vortex like thing and went into like a part of the center of the earth where it was beautiful, but it was prehistoric animals in there, big
Wow.
ass ones.
It's interesting, man. This Earth, and that's a crazy thing you brought that up. Me and my son was talking, man, and we were just thinking about talking about Africa, and I was telling him that the maps don't show the true size of Africa and how all the continents can fit into Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was asking the question, how did they map out all of this land? We were looking at, I told him to look up the oldest map. And I'm like, okay, they didn't have none of this so-called, they didn't have none of this technology to, like we have Google Maps now, to look down and survey these different lands. How in the world were they able to draw these maps? I think the oldest one we saw was like in 1500 or something like that. Might have been earlier. But
Right.
how were they able to map these things out?
Well, here goes a good question. Here goes a good kind of answer.
Uh-huh.
They probably did have all of this.
That's the thing.
Because think, how did they build the Tower of Babel?
Exactly.
They had to be high tech.
That's exactly what we was thinking.
How did they build a tower like that?
To go into the heavens.
So when the Tower of Babel fell and cracked the core of Earth, and you're gonna have what tsunamis, it's gonna destroy all your technology.
Exactly.
So there's not gonna be a trace of whatever you had.
Right.
Because there's no way they could build a building up to the heavens. There's no way they could build the pyramids, the Sphinx, and all this. Somebody had some technology
Exactly.
that got destroyed.
Exactly.
Because we're so fragile that all this stuff we got right now could be gone tomorrow.
You're exactly right.
Everything we got right now could be gone in 10 minutes.
Exactly right. When we had Hurricane Isabella, those of y'all I know in Virginia, and specifically in Richmond, when we had Hurricane Isabella, I was coming home from work, and I got home right in time. People were stuck on Interstate 95. They had to get out of their cars within minutes, or they would have been stuck in those cars. People had to get out of the cars, leave the cars on the interstate, and find rides on higher ground. That's how quickly it happened.
And run.
And run.
If an earthquake, a 15-point earthquake, not a 7-10, shake for 10 minutes, we'll be dead in 3 minutes.
Wow.
The other 7 minutes will just destroy everything else. Let me tell you something. And God is a practical joker or whatever, because I'm leaving here as a young brother planning to go to Africa.
Right.
I leave Chicago, I go to LA, I go to Hawaii. I decided not to go because I didn't want to leave y'all. Because my guardian angel came to me and said, Pharaoh, when you get to Africa, because you want to be out of Babylon, because Babylon going to fall.
Right.
When you get to Africa, if you turn on the TV and all the black Americans is dead, how would you feel? And that's when I said, damn, I got to go back. I got to go back. I got to go back because I didn't like the idea to run and leave y'all here.
Exactly.
That's some coward shit. So I'm like, well, I'm going where I need to go back. So I went back. So now when I got back, I'm thinking, what is the most important thing I learned on this journey? Bruh, the most important thing I seen, I'm from Chicago, I seen tornadoes.
Right.
I'm in California, I experienced the big earthquake, killed all them people in San Francisco.
Right.
I'm in Hawaii and I seen the tsunami. I done seen the volcano, lava. I done seen the hurricane. So then it was like that was what that's what I sent you to see.
Right. Right.
All of the natural disasters.
Natural disaster. Right.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll take any of them over earthquake.
Right.
Cause all of the rest of them, you see them coming.
Right.
The two worst one is earthquake and lava.
Wow.
Because the problem with lava is you might see it coming, but you might only see it a second or 2 minutes before it comes.
Right.
Because you just be sitting at home and the ground can start rumbling and bust open and hot lava shoot and burn all you up.
Right.
Just like that. You got two types of lava. You got this thick lava
Right.
that comes out, and you got this other lava like mercury.
Right.
And when it come out, it's
Right.
kill everybody.
Right.
So they be scared because after so much of the thick lava come out, they know if that thick lava keep coming, they know the other one gonna come.
Yeah.
And y'all, the thick lava comes and makes a road.
Come on.
Y'all, the thick lava comes out, push all the trees out the way. I'll come all the way up to right where your city at and stop. Now it ain't no trees, it ain't nothing, and it'll stop and get hard. So now it's a smooth road.
Wow.
So if the fast lava come out, it's gonna go right
Wow.
down that road and kill everybody.
Man.
Look, y'all, I lived on the volcano. I lived in Glenwood. The next subdivision was called Volcano
Wow.
on the Big Island. And a Rasta I called Jungle, because he was always living up there in the jungle, had a spot up there. From the time I got to Hawaii, the volcano started going off every month. So the Hawaiians used to say stuff about me that I don't want to repeat. But from the time I got to Oahu, the volcano went off every month I was there.
Wow.
And so the volcano went off one time, y'all, and I went up to the brother's crib to watch the volcano. Pozi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on his property. I'm watching the volcano. We safe because let's say we right here, and we right here looking at it, and the volcano's right here, but the volcano's on the cliff. So
Right.
the lava's going this way. We up, we here.
Right.
So the lava's not gonna come out and go this way. The lava gonna go
Downhill.
down to the ocean.
Right.
I swear to God, y'all. I'm watching this stuff shoot up. It's like it's got to be the closest thing to looking at God.
Right. Wow.
It's I can't tell you.
Wow.
And so when you look at it, it's this orange shooting up, and it's like roo, roo, and then you gonna be like hypnotized.
Wow.
You can't stop looking at it, and it's like the closest thing like looking at God. That's all I can tell you.
Right.
Y'all, I swear to God, once I looked at that for so long and went home, I was sick for 3-4 days.
Good Lord.
I was nauseous, like my body was still going roo,
Right.
roo,
Wow.
and it did something to me.
Mm-hmm.
But staring at it, it was too powerful to be looking at.
Right.
And it's the scariest shit you ever seen in your life, man. I ain't lying, man. And here go the thing. What I started thinking is, they always said hell was down in the earth,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe it.
Right.
Cause where's all that hot shit coming from?
Right.
It might not be no hell down there, but it's hot somewhere.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, y'all, I can't say for sure it's no hell, but I
Right.
can say there's a place in this earth with fire
Right.
and heat.
Exactly. And it never stops.
Man, I believe hell is down there.
Yeah. Well, what did Christ say when he was down in the earth? When he when he died, he said he went down to the earth and got the keys to death.
Yeah. Listen, I
So
swear to God, Dieta, if you ever watch hot lava, you will ask yourself, where is all that shit coming from?
right.
Babe, y'all ever seen where they have ironworks and they show that stuff running to melt iron? Oh,
Hmm.
lava's hotter than that.
Wow.
It's definitely and right now volcanoes is going off all over the world.
Yep.
Right now, people just lost their house like the week before last. Look it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's wiping out houses now all over the world, like for real.
Right.
And it's coming from somewhere.
Yep. Just like they said, they watched that big uh volcano, was it Yellowstone?
Yeah.
Where they say if it blows, America is gone. It wouldn't
America.
have no chance.
Man, listen, y'all. I'm telling you, I lived on the Big Island. Got two volcanoes.
Right.
First, killer whale was going off. Then the big ass one, Mauna Loa, went off.
Mm-hmm.
Bruh, it was like being in a science fiction movie or something. That's when I seen the sky open up, y'all.
You're right.
That's when I seen the top open like that.
Wow.
It was, I can't explain. I'm young and stupid, so I'm happy
Right.
because I'm like, so they busy, so now they can't stop me from growing my weed, right? You know, you be so stupid when you're young. I was glad both volcanoes was going out because now the helicopter's busy with the volcanoes, and I'm whistling while you work. And I'm thinking, I figured it's going to hit Hilo because they thought it was going to hit Hilo.
Right.
And if it would have came and hit Hilo, everybody would have had to leave, and I would have had the whole island. You know, we would have just been, you know what I'm saying? Maybe. We might have
Right.
died too, but it was going that way. So I'm like, yeah, keep going. I wanted it to hit Hilo because I wanted
Right.
Babylon to shut down. So now we got the whole island to ourselves
Right.
because I wasn't smart. I wasn't that smart. I wasn't the brightest bulb in the lab. You ain't that smart. Listen, young people, I don't be trying to diss y'all.
No.
You not that smart in your 20s.
You certainly not.
When you're in your 20s, I don't know what to tell you. You a hot mess.
Yep. You figuring it out, man. Having fun, trying to be a man, or if you're a lady trying to be a woman, you just figuring it out, man. Learning the world.
The reason people live there, because the volcanoes be dormant, Sonia, or
Right.
Sonja, that they be dormant. So people just live there.
Yep.
You're not really thinking it's going to go off. It ain't went off in how long,
Right.
right? So I tell
And the
you the
original Hawaiians been living there for what, thousands of years at least?
Right. Now let me explain that. The volcano in Hawaii, my theory, is Hawaii is Mu. And Mu had a volcano.
Right.
And what happens when Mu sunk, Atlantis and Mu sunk, when Mu sunk, the volcano gonna still keep going off.
Right.
So after so long, the volcano gonna go off, it's gonna start to create land. As it create land, it's gonna make a bit longer chimney, and it's gonna still make volcanoes.
Right.
So I believe Hawaii is the land made from volcanoes, and under there is Mu.
It's moved. Right.
And so the volcano makes land. It's a land maker.
Gotcha.
As the lava come and cool, it makes land. It's all rock. But after
Right.
so long, the rock start grinding up. It grinds, it turns to ash, it turns to dust. It eventually stuff start growing. And after so
Right.
long, it becomes land.
Mm-hmm.
So Hawaii is a new place made from lava. With no, you
Right.
don't have volcanoes, you don't have a Hawaii.
Right.
All of this land we live on is made from volcanoes.
Right. Yeah.
Because the earth used to be void.
Right.
Wasn't nothing
Form
here.
and without void. Yeah.
Okay? You understand?
Now, where does Atlantis come in at there?
Atlantis is on the other side, in the Atlantic Ocean.
Right. In between Africa and America.
It's out there, yeah, but it's sunk. But obviously, if it had volcanoes, it might not have been that powerful or whatever. But it
Right.
obviously haven't had enough volcanoes to really grow. It's just down there. But they have been down there.
Right.
They have found Egyptian artifacts. They found Atlantis.
Right.
Y'all look it up. They done found artifacts, Egyptian shit down there. Whole statues is down there.
Right.
It's around Bimini and Yucatan,
Got you.
in that area.
Wow.
Why did they build pyramids? Well, pyramids, if you look at the Great Pyramids, they're coordinated with the astronomy. They're perfectly lined up with the stars. But the pyramids was just buildings, some buildings on the land. Wherever you see pyramids at, that is landing strips where it says the chariots of God are 20,000.
Right.
So the pyramids represent where these chariots landed. Those are basically space places where you land. Okay?
Right.
So that's where they landed, right? Now, all the continents used to fit together so they would be able to land in one landmass. You understand? So all of those are landing strips when you look at the pyramids. This is where this is where the lower gods lived. Okay? So this is where the lower gods lived. Okay? The ones that started forming Adam and Eve. So this is where the angels and the lower gods lived.
And the in the scripture, the two countries that's mentioned first in the Bible is Ethiopia and Egypt.
It's Ethiopia and Egypt, right? And all that used to fit together. And so when they came and landed, when you go to a new planet, you're going to come, you're going to spread out, you're going to observe everything, then you're going to land. And when they landed, they set up their electricity. And the electricity was ran through these pyramids. These pyramids had a piece on the top where the electrical energy in the inside where you had just free electricity.
Right.
The whole place was just electrical.
Right.
From pyramid to pyramid to pyramid. It was a whole big electric grid.
Power station. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a power station. You know what I'm saying? That's what.
And then you said it was some black stuff on there, right? It was black at first.
It was all type of metallic stuff on there that helps transmit all the energy, because how they got the energy is the mothership would be here. The mothership would shoot the energy down to the pyramid, and then the pyramids would shoot it out to all the other pyramids.
Right.
So they had a spaceship that had the energy, and then they was able to beam it down and then out
Right.
to run the whole planet.
Because we got pyramids everywhere.
We got pyramids everywhere. And watch this. Watch this. Right? So they had the technology, right? way back then.
Mm-hmm.
They know it. They went, and the Germans and everybody went and took the information and making
Right.
you think, making you think they just was so smart. But no, they have been able to go to get the information and to be able to mimic the information.
Right.
All of these things are already available, right? And all you have to do is just study, and you'll see
Because that's
all
where
this
Tesla
stuff.
got his information from.
All that stuff was stolen. The Germans went down there first. The Germans sent the Italians to Ethiopia to find the Ark of the Covenant, and the Germans went to Egypt to find the sword that stabbed Christ.
Right.
But here it is, right here.
Mm.
This
Wow.
is in Kemet, in the pyramids, and in the artifacts. This is an ancient electrical device. And I tell you something else. Look at the lady and look how big the dude is.
Right.
He's a giant.
Exactly.
Look at the one holding the thing up on the end, and the other one, and look at him.
Yep.
So that's the sons of God.
Right.
And then ones down there are the daughters of men.
Yep.
It's proof of all this stuff. Why would they draw them in this proportion?
Right.
Because we lived around them.
Right.
So when they say David and Goliath, people don't understand how big Goliath really was.
Right.
You just think he a big dude. No. He wasn't
He was a
just
giant.
Yes. Yes, because after when the flood came, before the flood, the Most High say, I'm gonna cut y'all ages down.
Right.
So y'all don't live and y'all can't get to be this big no more. But what they don't tell you is that wasn't like tomorrow you're gonna be small.
No.
That was a long process.
Mm-hmm.
Methuselah 900 years old, then this one 800 years old, then this one 700 years old, and getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and living less and less and less, especially when you evil. So now my great grandmother lived 117 years old, but now these young generation dying at 39, 49.
We seeing it right before our eyes right now.
Before your eyes. Yo, you cutting down, you losing. And you seeing that we was giants. Look at Shaq.
Exactly.
He's got that giant gene. Because we have sons of God and have daughters of men.
Exactly.
You understand?
Yep.
Look. There's a pyramid that lines up with Gaza, and the one in Mexico is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or middle close to Africa. Apparently, it's bigger than the Great. Yeah, because a lot of stuff got destroyed. Because my theory, Ross, is that when we built the Tower of Babel, then the Most High or the Lord God said, y'all doing too much. I gotta make y'all speak different languages.
Right.
So now, how would we eventually speak different languages? Well, we would speak different languages if the Tower of Babel fell and cracked the plate, and the continents, the Pangea split, and we began to float apart. Then a bear gonna turn brown. This bear gonna turn white. This bear gonna turn black. And you're not gonna be able to speak the same over so many thousands of years. Because I live way over here and you live way over there. So it just seemed common sense to me. There's messages in the Bible that obviously when we all spoke the same language, that was this period.
Right.
that you're looking at in this picture. That's just my belief. And then to make you be able to speak different languages, it went from this to this.
Right.
So of course you're not gonna speak the same languages.
Mm-hmm.
Cause you way over there, you way over there. And this is where people start turning white, start turning Asian looking. The ones in the only, cause the only piece of land that didn't move is Africa.
Exactly.
So Africa is the center of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Africa is the only continent connected to the center of the earth.
Right.
All the rest of this land is floating, y'all, on a big ass grid.
Mm-hmm.
We're not sitting still
No.
because they saying now everything is changing, and they saying Europe is headed back to Africa,
Come on.
and they saying America is floating away from Africa, and the cords they got in the ocean that go across the deep of the ocean keep breaking, and they have to go down there and keep adding to them because they said America's floating this way. But they saying Europe might end up crashing back into Africa.
Wow.
On top of that, the earth is still acting a fool because East Africa is splitting. Did y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
East Africa, y'all, is splitting. Real talk. Splitting. They scared. They don't know what to do.
Right.
It's a big line in East Africa. Did y'all know that? Let me see if I can find a picture. Y'all, there's a big crack in East Africa. Well, East Africa is splitting. Hold on, I know where it's at. And they thinking it's finna split it. It's finna split. It's not in half.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in half, but it's definitely messed up.
Part of East Africa.
A big part, bro. Hold on,
Wow.
wait till I show y'all. Wait till I show y'all this line. Hold on, man. Listen, it's splitting. It's scary looking. Hold on, where do I got my? Where do I have my? I don't remember what I named this stuff. Where's all my natural disasters? Hold on. Okay, hold on. That's what they're saying. They're saying they're splitting. Okay, here we go. Environment. Where is Africa splitting? This is gonna blow your mind. I got pictures of this too. This is mind blowing. When you see Africa like that,
Right.
and you see this big old line, let me just go find it fresh instead of doing this. Watch this, y'all. Look at this. Look at this. Watch this, y'all. The earth is not playing with us. None. Look. I'm going to show you all the pictures. You see that? You see that?
Wow.
You see this hole?
Man.
Africa is slowly splitting in two. But this crack in Kenya has little to do with it, they saying.
Mm.
That's what they saying. But look at this.
Good Lord.
Look at it.
Damn.
That's what they saying finna happen.
Split like that.
It's splitting already. It's splitting right. It's splitting like crazy, bro. They panicking.
So I wonder how much of that is because the exploitation of Africa and how they're raping the natural and raw resources, or this is just something natural that's just meant to happen. I wonder about that.
My theory on that is that if you got continents and they splitting and they're moving on these plates, then you got some type of ointment. You got some type of ointment that's gonna lubricate it.
Right.
So you're gonna have oil down there.
Exactly.
Now, if you're stupid, you're gonna pump all the oil out the planet, right? Because
Exactly.
this oil ain't got no purpose,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is the people we living with.
Yep.
Fool, what you think the oil is down there for? So these fools is sucking all the lubrication out the earth.
Yep.
And common sense will tell you that if you suck too much lubrication out the earth and the plates is moving, you're going to have earthquakes.
Exactly.
Because it's going to be dry.
Yep.
Okay? That's why I keep posting under bad management on my Instagram. I don't be wanting to tell them what I'm saying. What fool find some oil and say, look, we found oil. It don't serve no purpose down there. We can suck it all out.
Yep.
If you lived on a balloon, would you suck the air out the balloon? Do this make any sense, y'all?
Yeah. It's the evil that we're living with, man. Like you said, these are the people we're living with, and they're only thinking short term. What their pleasures, their so-called living, better than other people, and it's gonna cause a destruction to everybody.
My theory is this: you had these people, they live like this, right? So let's take one of y'all family. Let's take Pozi family. Pozi family, your mother and father's come up in what state?
Virginia.
So let's say Pozi family. This is Virginia, right? This is Virginia. And this is Pozi family. So Pozi family start having babies, have some sons. Then a son move here. Then a son move there. Then the son moved there. Then they start having babies. Then the grandbaby moved there. So when you take the people, original peoples here, they begin to move here, move there. Like me. I'm in Chicago, but my people from Alabama. So my grandmother and them went to Detroit. My mother and father came to Chicago. The root of the family is still in Alabama.
Right.
My kids now is all over the goddamn place. So we can't even just go to Chicago and visit. When we try to have a family stump, I got to bring my children in from how many states? I got six children. None of them in the same state.
Right.
So after a while, this is the nucleus of the family on earth. And the family gonna start to grow and spread out. But the family that's spreading out ain't the original knowledge like where the nucleus come from. So now when the Pangea happened and it float, you got people in Europe and stuff like that. But the white people is the young people because they is the ones that moved out So they like the great, 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 great grandbabies.
Right.
But the original knowledge is still in the root where they was at. So when the whites get back into society and come down and see the Africans, they looking at the Africans crazy because they praying to a tree. They ain't cutting certain trees down. They're like, ah.
Right.
So I believe that the white people are young. I don't believe they necessarily doing nothing wrong. I think they don't know.
No.
They listen, if they in Europe, they're not around nature like everybody else. So now when they come down, what they do? Ooh, it's an elephant. Let's put him in the zoo.
Right.
Ooh, it's a giraffe. We've been around giraffes and elephants, and so we living in harmony with them. They haven't been.
Right.
So they don't know.
It's always in discovery mode. Let's go and discover this. Let's go and discover that.
They don't know nothing because
Exactly.
it's like, okay, let's say it's me, my mother, let's say my mother and father got me and my sister. We both 15 and 14 and 15. And then let's say we got a little brother, he 5, he's 7. And let's say the little brother decide he's going to run shit. Because this is white people. That's my little brother, my little sister. So now my little brother and little sister get to the point where we get older, we come, and they want to run shit. But they don't know what they doing.
Right.
Because there's no way white people would destroy themselves like they getting ready to do.
Right.
They going to destroy themselves.
Yeah.
So I believe they just young.
Right.
They're the great, 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 great grandchildren that was out there when the Pangea happened. They up there, so they didn't have the original knowledge like that.
Exactly.
By the time they come down from Europe, they don't know what's going on. Think about it. When the Moors went to Europe, they didn't have nothing.
Nothing at all.
They were still living in caves and stuff like that.
Right.
The black Moors taught them music, all that Beethoven, Bach, and all that.
Right.
Taught them how to bathe. Got rid of their rat infestation, the Pied Piper. Got rid of their rats. Cleaned them up. Helped them build sewer systems and systems for water irrigation.
Right.
Taught them how to make boats and sail.
Yep.
And then they only learned so much. And then they had their little society, but they thought the earth was flat and all that. Then they came back, the Greeks came back to Egypt.
Right.
And learned stuff.
Yep.
But when the Greeks learned the truth, and these Greeks went back to Greece, they killed them.
Right.
They said, get the hell out of here. The earth is flat. Kill him. They came with the knowledge. No, we got the knowledge. Y'all listen. They're like, nah, this is plagiarism. This is you. So they killed them. Socrates, Plato, all of them. They didn't listen to none of them.
Yep.
So I believe that the baby is running the planet. And he don't know what he's doing.
Right.
He don't know what he's doing. And I believe it got to a point where it got to be obvious he didn't know what he's doing. And they had a group called the hippies. And I believe the hippies try to tell them, look, y'all, we going the wrong way.
Right.
The hippies was trying to tell whites, no, we need to chill, no war, peace, fly with children, plant-based, ganja, live amongst nature. And they brutalized them.
Right. Shot them and stuff.
All of that. So now we on a destruction course because they don't know what they doing. And now that they built this, they power hungry. Money coming into the play. And now they want the money.
Right.
Because now they got what is in the some of the Solomon's writing. Well, we're going to die anyway, so let us pick every flower. And I believe that the older people making money are selfish. They don't care what's going to happen to their grandbabies and what. All they want is what they want now.
Yep.
They don't care nothing about no future of the earth.
Nope. And it's evident, like you said, the way they acting is evident that they don't care. Because if you cared about your children or grandchildren, you will want them to do better and have a place safe and healthy for them to stay. And even some you see some of these the young people speaking up against them and saying, "Hey, we need to stop polluting the earth and do different things," and they still won't listen to them.
No, they don't care because they say, I'm going to get mine, I'm going to die anyway.
Right,
So that's why I hate the I'm going to die anyway philosophy.
right,
Because the I'm going to die anyway philosophy is a selfish philosophy.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as you get ready to die, you don't want to die.
Exactly.
You're going to get chemotherapy, cancer pill, everything. I thought you said he was going to die anyway.
Right.
So that's my thing. I don't think whites are bad people.
No.
I think them the babies. The babies
Right.
running the planet. You just got here.
Right.
Sit your ass down and let us show you how to run this shit.
Yep.
That's what I believe.
Yeah.
Because look, even when they have wars, you got to be dumb as hell.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be really stupid to be on a ball and shoot a missile over here, talking about you blowing them up, but you blowing up the ball.
Exactly.
Right? So you going to blow up Gaza. Y'all really think they not going to have no big-ass earthquake over there?
Exactly.
And they dropping up, boom, boom,
Yep.
talking about you blowing up Gaza. Fool, you blowing up the earth.
Mm-hmm.
You blowing up your own house.
Right.
Because when you drop a bomb, you killing all the bugs, all the plants, talking about you killing the people. You killing everything, and the earth is doing this every time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna crack what are you doing?
Look at the atomic bomb that they dropped on Hiroshima. They still having effects from that bomb that they dropped on Japan.
Bruh, they dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. Then they had to go and close all that radiation off. But it's still leaking. Just like if you got a nuclear power plant and it go bad, and you watch, anybody seen the China syndrome?
Right.
Where if it go bad and that nuclear waste comes, it'll burn right through the earth.
Through the earth.
So now they got to go and try to put concrete to lock it in, but it's still gonna come out.
Yeah. They open a can of worms that they can't close.
Right. The only one can close it is Mother Nature. Mother Nature can close it. So Mother Nature like, oh God. Because this is what they don't understand. If you read the scriptures and it say male and female, let us make man in our image, male and female. That means God and his wife made some females and some males, and one of them males made Adam and Eve. Now, if it's God and his wife, and God is the boss making all this stuff, and God made people for himself, who did God make the animals and plants for?
Right.
His wife. So that's her shit. Now what they don't teach you is she meaner than God. They don't want to tell you the truth. You're not playing with God. God is merciful.
Yeah.
His wife is not.
You can see it.
And look, Mother Earth,
Yep.
Mother Nature, Mother Africa. So his wife, and if you married, you know, God can't tell her nothing. If you married, you know damn well God cannot control the goddess.
Right.
He can't do nothing.
Once he get mad, that's it.
All he could do is try to warn us.
Right.
Hey, y'all stop playing. Y'all stop playing. You know what I'm saying? But her, you killing her animals and her trees because when you give your wife a gift, what you give her? Plants.
Exactly.
You give her flowers. You give her plants.
Yep.
So who's these plants? These plants is a gift from God to his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Now you trying to kill her plants?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Animals polluting the air. Yeah.
He said Russians and Germans are pure whites. There's no such thing as pure whites. Everybody on this planet is come from one thing. The Russians and the Germans, they're the last ones to come out of the Caucasus Mountains because Russia is in the Caucasus Mountains. But
Yep.
all the whites is the same, all the blacks, everybody's the same. Now, Moses went and delivered some whites out of the Caucasus Mountains and taught them Judaism. These are the ones that start practicing Judaism. The rest start coming down later. And the ones that came down the latest tried to destroy the whites that came down before. This is why the Danes was trying to kill the British and all them, because they like, why y'all got to come down first? Why y'all got farms? Why y'all can grow food and we up there in the ice? So the Danes and the Vikings, when they come down last, they was mad. That's what Hitler and them is. They Danes and Vikings. That's why Hitler say, we barbarians, be proud of it. But they all still family members.
Right.
They're just whiter because they came down later.
Right.
But if you look at whites, you see them turning browner. You see them suntanning. You see them evolving.
Right.
So when I was little, we had the American Bandstand. And they was on there trying to learn how to dance. They got it now, though.
They got it.
They got it. They got it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So now they all the same. They just came down at different times and live in different countries where one country ain't got as much sun as the other country. Just like you go to Africa. When you go to Northern Africa, you're going to see a lot of light-skinned blacks and stuff because they not on the equator.
Right.
But when you get to Central Africa, they're going to be jet-ass black.
Right.
Because it's hot as hell. But if you look at Ethiopia, they at the same longitude, and they at the same, whatever it is, crossway, what is that, latitude? Or is that
Latitude, yeah.
They at the same latitude as Chicago.
Right. Yeah.
The equator run through the middle. That's why this much on the equator, we call it the marijuana belt. This much over the equator and this much under the equator is the perfect place to grow marijuana. And if you look at that across, you'll see that's why all the best weed grow. Swaziland in Africa got the best weed in the world.
Right.
See what I'm saying? They call that the marijuana belt. So color is just an illusion. Color is only based on the sun and shit.
Environment. Yep.
Right. Because me right now, look at my complexion.
Yep.
Let me go to Birmingham for 2 months. I look just like him.
Right.
I'm just like this because I'm in Chicago and I've been in the house.
Right.
I ain't been outside a lot. Even if I would have went out this summer a little more, I'd be a little bit darker.
Right.
So when I used to go to Alabama for 2-3 weeks and come back, they'd be like, damn.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Even Pozi is lighter than he would be in July.
Exactly.
He's starting to light up a little bit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So color is an illusion. It's not really real.
Yeah.
It's about your environment. So look, bro, I appreciate that. I know you got to go to work.
Yeah, bro.
Start getting ready to do what you do, but let's do another one at some other time. And I'm going to keep talking to him for a minute. Go get some rest, man. It was a pleasure. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you having me over, man.
All right, man. Anytime. Let's set up another one soon.
All right.
And let's set up one at the first of the year for the new channel from Kemet to Chicago.
Okay. All right, and we'll work out a topic.
Yeah, let's talk about, some spacecrafts and some of the more mystical stuff in the Bible and other books, all right?
Good to go.
All right, bro. Good night.
Peace.
Yeah, that's my brother, so I hope y'all learn from that. So listen, let's just do a question and answer. Let's do a question and answer now. You know what I'm saying? So start knocking them questions in. What's your questions? And support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Run the likes up. Make a donation to the Cash App, Pharaoh El-Aton, or Venmo, or PayPal. So let's do the questions and answers. Yeah, Micah G. Because, boy, when I go down south, I don't be red like this. I be black. Blackety black. For real. Yeah, Micah. Y'all know how we change 2, 3 colors. As a matter of fact, when I'm out in the summer and stuff like that, a lot of times black Americans in Chicago, stuff like that, we start getting blotches. We start getting spots where one part starts losing its color before the rest of your face. Y'all ever had that happen? Where you're starting to light up, but it don't all lighten up at the same time. I hate that. You've been out in the summertime, and then winter comes, you start to lighten up, but the whole face don't lighten up at the same time, and then, you got like little, you know what I mean? And then you got to wait till everything get light to catch up. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have to be on that shea butter. You know what I'm saying? You got to get on that shea butter to stop from changes. So anybody got any questions or anything? Let's hit some questions for anything for anybody, or we can just end it and I can come back and talk about something else. Yeah, my arms be, yeah, bro, my arms be one color with the sun at it. Like, you know what I mean? That's why we have to take our shirt off, or we have a T-shirt on with the, white beater, which I don't like that name, but because I don't never been beating no doggone wife. I don't know why you would call it that. You know what I'm saying? So any questions before we go? But one thing for sure, like, don't become racist or don't become prejudiced, and don't be having the same energy that you get from some whites. Have a self-defense energy. Like, we ain't gonna let nobody mess with us, but we don't never want to be like the negative ones. See what I'm saying? We don't want to be how people do us and judge our black people. We want to judge everybody by the contents of their character. You know what I'm saying? What was the actual language of the ancient Egyptians? Well, the ancient Egyptians didn't have no one particular type of language, because technically there really wasn't no ancient Egyptians. Egypt was like Washington, D.C., so you had blacks from everywhere living there. That's why you see they be talking about Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. And so what a lot of people don't understand is how big those countries are in Africa, and how different people are from North Egypt to South Egypt. Is like a whole nother world. So it's like you in Chicago, but when you go to Alabama, they don't talk like you. They say Alabama words and Alabama languages, but we all in America. But there, that's ancient Kemet, so they spoke a variety of languages, like they still do today in Africa. They don't speak no one language in no country in Africa. I don't think there's hardly no countries in Africa where they all speak the same language. So most likely they didn't speak no one particular language. Most likely. They probably didn't speak no language since the very beginning. And who knows what that was. Who knows how people talk in the beginning. But once we started breeding on the planet, we you know what I'm saying? Especially after the Tower of Babel. My personal belief is that at one time we spoke all the same language before the Tower of Babel. And I believe the language we spoke was what we now call English. I believe in America, I believe we're speaking Babel. I believe this is Babel. Because it says as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. And I believe when they built the Tower of Babel, I believe this is what they was talking. I believe we're talking an ancient language that we naturally just went back to without knowing we was doing it. So if you want to say there was a language in the world, the first language was Babel, and everybody spoke Babel, because according to the Bible, it say, I'm going to split up y'all language. So that means we had one language. But I believe it's a high possibility that what we speaking now is the original language. Because if the languages got all split up, if you look at English, English is a bunch of languages split up. It's Latin, it's German, it's all this. You ever notice that? It's African. We speak in all them different languages. Did you know that? The words we speak can come from all over the world to make up a language. Because why the hell is we speaking Latin? Why some of our words is German? Why some of our words is African? Why some of our words is Asian? You know what I'm saying? Even the word Asia. Asia was the name of planet Earth. So when you say you Asiatic black man, this wasn't called Earth, this is planet Asia. How the fuck we still saying the word Asia? The word Asia survived all these years. That's just my belief. I got no proof on none of that. But I just be thinking a lot. And stuff just be coming to me. You know, when you think about stuff nobody think about, you end up developing philosophies nobody would develop. Because ain't nobody thinking about it like that. But seeking, you'll find when you think about things, you will figure it out. And when I be thinking about things, I don't fool myself and say I figured it out. So it's kind of like, if I'm thinking about something and I'm building a philosophy on it, I won't get that ding, 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 ding. And that's what you got to be careful to do. Don't like get a philosophy and just throw it out there. Because if you think you could tell, nah, I ain't got it all. This ain't it. You know what I'm saying? So I've had ideas I've been thinking, and it's like, no, that ain't it. But I keep it. And I've had times where, bam, oh, I figured it out. But I still have things now that, you know, that ain't it. Like I don't got it all. But I hold on to what I developed. And I'm not so quick to think I know the answer. If I don't get this whole feeling, I ain't running with it. I'll be like, maybe this is kind of what I'm thinking, but the philosophy, it ain't hit. But when you really figure it out, it's going to hit. The problem is not forcing it and pretending like it hit and putting it out there like you got it figured out when you don't. Come and tell everybody, I think this and this, but I really ain't figured it all out. But this is what I think so far, y'all. Instead of trying to pretend like you figured it all out, I ain't figured this shit out. I have not figured this shit out. What I'm alive for? I don't know a lot of this shit. I don't know. That's why sometimes you hear me say, well, this is what I think. Meaning, I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? I can't say this is it, but this is what I kind of think. I'm not saying this is what I know. This is all what they call hypotheses or whatever. Well, I'm trying to put it together. But the pieces I be repeating, it should be making sense. A lot of it I'm saying, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense that there was a god and a goddess, then some lords, and one of them lords made Adam and Eve. I believe that's facts. I don't believe the one that made Adam and Eve was God, was the Most High God. I don't believe that. I believe that was the Lord God. Because look how Christ say he God and man. What you mean God and man? Exactly. How is Christ God and man? Why? Because he's a descendant of the sons of God that had sex with the daughters of Eve. God and man. So some stuff I'd be like, got it. I got that part. It's just little stuff I got to tailor, but I got that. To me, that's 100. Because when you look at India and all over, it's a whole bunch of gods and shit. So you be saying there's one God, right? But there's who all these other gods. But then when you look, what do the Most High God say? The God say, thou shalt not worship no other God before me. If it ain't no other God, how the hell you going to worship it? So when you look in the Bible and say, don't worship no other God before me, that means there's some other gods. So that's why when we be really trying to do some form of respect, that's why, because we don't know, right? I don't know. So guess what I say to protect myself? To protect myself, I'll be like the Most High. Whoever fuck that is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who the Most High is, but the Most High know who the Most High. So a lot of times I'll be like, well, I'm talking to the Most High, whoever the big God. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who the big God is, but the big God know who the big God is. So when I say I'm talking to the big God, then the big God know, okay, he talking to me. That's why I use the Most High. But I don't know who the Most High is, which is cool. The only problem is the Most High know who your ass is, huh? No, it say don't worship no other gods before me, because them other gods ain't got nothing to do with your existence. So that's like your mama saying, don't be listening to your brother and sister, you listen to me. Don't be listening to them kids outside. So it's not bragging. It's a way to let you know, no, it's a bunch of other gods. Do I believe Haile Selassie is God in divine unity? I believe Haile Selassie is the Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. And so the Lord of Lords would be a high, because the Lord's is the Lord God. So if you the Lord of the Lord gods, you high ranking. So that would put you, if you the Lords of Lords, that would put you as my father, but not my grandfather, because I believe God is my grandfather and the Lord is my father, and then me. See what I'm saying? So the Lord God is my father, and the Lord God is the God that I would pray to, or the God I would give respect to, because the Lord God is the Son of God. And you can't hate the Son of God and love God, and pray unto the Son of God. It's just like dealing with God. As long as you recognize there's a higher next step up. So when I look at Haile Selassie, the way I judge Haile Selassie is by his competitors. So when Haile Selassie went to the League of Nations and he had a hotel room, he was in one room, and who was in the room across from him? Ross? At the League of Nations, who room was directly across from Haile Selassie? Anybody know the answer? Put the answer in the chat. Whose room was directly across from Haile Selassie? Nope. I'm talking about the League of Nations, where all of the diplomats and people that ran the world went. Whose room was directly across from Haile Selassie when he went to the League of Nations? Adolf Hitler. Now, would you consider Adolf Hitler a high-ranking demon? So if Adolf Hitler is a high-ranking devil and His Majesty is across from him, right? There you have it. So that shows you the rank of Haile Selassie. Based on his competitor. Basically. I mean, you asked me my philosophy, so I told you. So then when it get to, I mean, if you ask me what I think and I say it, there's really no debate because that's just what I think. So like if somebody asks me what I think and I say I think this and that, that's it. You know what I'm saying? And then that's just it. I don't really debate that kind of stuff. Any more questions? You know what I'm saying? Now, the Pope wouldn't be nowhere near as evil as Adolf Hitler. I don't remember the Pope at that time having concentration camps or none of that. But if you say so. Actually, the Pope was in danger of Hitler attacking Italy, actually. Ask the question, Quayla. The worship of God is the worship of God. No, God is not. You can't worship God. You get no respect for worshiping God. You only get respect on how you treat other people. All your orders from God is to respect people. There's no orders from God to worship God. All orders from God is thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, thou shalt not debt. That's it. So you're only judged by how you treat people. God don't need your worship. And you show me people that worship God, and I'll show you people that don't respect people. Because they worship God in Israel. Muslims worship Allah and kill people all the time. So where did the worship concept of God come from? Right? The worship, listen, the worship of God came from people setting up fake religions and churches to make money and have you come to the church and tell you to worship God, but you really worshiping them. So the worship of God is for the benefit of economics and the benefit of power. Because to worship God, you got to go to them. Because they tell you can't worship God unless you come to the church and give communion and all these shit. You can't worship God unless you go to the temple, unless you go to the mosque. You understand? So the worship of God is you're not really worshiping God. Because how you going to church worshiping God, but you worshiping a white Jesus that ain't even real, that ain't God. Yeah, I know, but you're doing a little too much, Ross. Enough, okay? Ross, don't troll. Ross, don't troll the chat with Rasta religion, okay? Thank you. Don't be fanatical over here with that because these people not Rasta, and it's really bogus for you to try to push your Rasta philosophy on the rest of these people. Let them breathe, bro. We get it. You Rasta, okay? We get it, but you're a little overdoing it, okay? Let it go. Nobody's buying your philosophy. We not over here to convert nobody, so don't try to convert over here on my channel, okay? Don't be trying to convert these people with no Rasta philosophy. Please. Yeah, it's fanatical because you see how Rasta is just fanatical and he won't let it go. You know, I'm trying to be nice and answer it, but he won't let it go. You know what I'm saying? As a man that's dealing with righteousness, you don't really cross your boundaries on other people. You respect other people. And when you meet a Buddhist, you respect them. When you meet a Muslim, you respect them. And you don't push your, you know what I'm saying? You don't push that. That's a man's personal. Your belief in your God is a personal thing. And anytime you take your belief and try to make it social and push it, that's why the world fucked up right now. Your belief is personal between you and whatever your belief system is. That's it. So I don't really be trying to push my beliefs like that. That's why I'll be comfortable with talking about my personal beliefs because other people got their personal beliefs. So I don't be really comfortable. That's why you can see when he asked me the question, I wasn't really comfortable talking about Haile Selassie like that because it's intrusive on other viewers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really here for that. But I can tell you that ain't Rasta what he doing. I can tell you that. That's that new shit. Because Rasta never was doing that. Rasta wasn't religious like that. Rasta was always just a natural man. So you never had, Rasta never used to do that. That's that new shit. Rasta never do that. Never. That's new. With the bobos and all them weirdos. That then took it, tried to turn this shit into a motherfucking religion. And Rasta was a way of life. You know what I mean? Hey, Rasta's a way of life. Rasta ain't no religion. Rasta not religion. We never took his majesty for no religion. Y'all trying to take his majesty and make his majesty a religion. It was never a religion. It wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't, Ross. I'm telling you. Rasta ain't no religion. Rasta was a black revolutionary that dealt with black people and the upliftment of black people. And because I and I here for the upliftment of black people, we know they Baptists and they all that. So we really don't step on them. We just want them to eat better and ITIL and get a concept of the motherland and stuff like that. When I was coming up, we never really discussed that like that. And all these brothers start wrapping their heads up and shit and fucked Rasta up and turned Rasta into some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We ain't ever. Rasta was militants, revolutionaries. Rasta wasn't no churchical. I don't like churchical Rastas. Rastas was militant, black heart militant for the benefit of black people. Rasta was never no praying to His Majesty and all that old weirdo shit. We wasn't doing none of that. We looked at his. No, you good, but I'm teaching you, so you learn. You ain't did nothing wrong. You need to learn because ain't nobody telling you, right, Brett? Reggie? Right, Ross? So I'm not chastising you. I'm teaching you so you know the original. You know what I mean? Ain't no answers. His Majesty was the King of Kings, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. Was the King of Ethiopia that never had got conquered by Europeans, and was a direct descendant of Solomon, which makes him a direct descendant of David, which makes him a direct descendant of Christ. So we used His Majesty as a historical reference that Christ was black, and that Solomon was black, and that David was black, and that he was the root of David. Right? Through when Solomon got Sheba pregnant. And Solomon got Sheba pregnant and went and had the baby, Menelik, and then he went and took the Ark of the Covenant and brought it to Ethiopia. So we only use the Bible for historical references. The Bible, listen, Rastafari, we only use the Bible for historical references, not for religious references. We only use the Bible to show, look, it say Jah. Look, it say locks on his head. That's all we used it. We used it to show what we was doing was ancient. So we say, look, Samson had 7 locks. We never used it to get into the story of Samson. We used it to verify that we was practicing the same ways people used to practice. We never used it religious, brethren. Remember that. Original Rasta never used the Bible religiously. Never. Never, never, never. We always used it historically, as a historical reference, because the Bible is a history book. King Solomon is history. David is history. Christ is history. All what the Romans was doing is history. What the Galatians was doing is history. Isaiah is history. Daniel is history. Think about it. It's history. The religion is the devil. You know what I'm saying? You understand? I'm just teaching you knowledge, brethren. And then you suppose that then you ain't even writing that right. It go like this. Look. This is how you write that. You writing it wrong. Where's the capital T? You understand? It's Rastafari. It's not Rastafari. We always write Rastafari like this. Always write Rastafari, R-A-S, capital T-A-F-A-R-I. Written in one word, but the capital separates the pronunciation. Rasmakanen Tafari. So always write it like that, brethren. Feel me? Every time you write Rastafari, write it like that. Always. Okay, let me teach y'all something about that since we talking about it. Moses took the black people to the promised land. Then he went and he delivered some white people and taught them Judaism, right? So let's look at us. I am a Rasta. People from other cultures that study Rasta, that practice our way, are Rastafarians. I am not a Rastafarian. I am a Rasta. A Rastafarian is a white person or an Asian person or some other race of people that practice Rastafari ideology. So we not Rastafarians. We Rasta. And Rastafarians are people that we are teaching our culture. I can't believe that the elders and shit ain't out here like really teaching the knowledge. They didn't drop the ball, but then they babies though. So I can't be mad at that. But somebody need to be passing down the knowledge from the elders. I'm sticking with the original. I'm sticking with the original. This is the original information. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but one word, bruh. No space. When you talk about yourself, okay, you always make it one word, right? Like that. Because we say what? Jah, Rastafari. We don't split Rastafari. So write it as one word. Just put a capital T. So it go like this. Jah, Rastafari. This is how you write it. When you do that and the ancients see you, they going to say, oh, he been around one of the real ones. You feel me? I got love for you, brethren. So, you know what I mean? I ain't tripping on, I ain't tripping on you because it's my responsibility to tell you the whole stuff. This how you write it. You know what I'm saying? No, you got to learn. These people be young like that. I got a lot of patience. You know what I'm saying? I'm over here to talk and to help and to teach. So I can't come and teach and then be mad because I got to teach. You know what I'm saying? He a good brethren. Bill Gates and Elon Musk helping the devil with their philosophy without knowing it. Oh. I would say no. I would say they know. Because it's almost impossible to be pushing a dark ideologies and technology without knowing. Elon Musk is very, very, very intelligent. And for Elon Musk to get in a relationship and marry this woman, he definitely would have to be on the dark side. You know what I'm saying? Because you just ain't attracted to that unless you really know what you're dealing with. So you're not going to get involved in a relationship with somebody that's practicing what could be considered Satanism. That's not going to be a mistake. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't believe. I believe they definitely. I believe they definitely on the dark side. Because if you're on the righteous side, you ain't trying to stick needles in people or nothing. Because you're gonna be on the God side, and you're gonna be like, God ain't want me sticking all these needles and stuff in people unless I'm sure that this is for the good of man. Now, if I end up shooting a bunch of needles in Africans and stuff like that, If you're a godly man, why you shooting up Africans? Why don't you go shoot your own people up first? Except if it's righteous. So just the fact that Bill Gates be targeting Africans with his vaccines, he got to be the devil. You know what I'm saying? Because you got three sides. You got righteousness, you got the devil, and you got religion. And religion blinds you, so you like the devil on autopilot. Because there is no religion in righteousness. Why would righteousness need a religion? If I'm treating people good and I'm nice to other people and I'm not robbing people or stealing from people or committing adultery against people, bearing false witness against people, why would I need a religion if I'm not bothering anybody? Why would I need to pray to Christ or Allah anybody if I'm not out here sinning? And why would somebody make up a bunch of fake shit that sins to get me to come to the mosque, the synagogue, or the church? Because you saying I looking at a girl booty, I'm sinning. It's like, how's that a sin to look at a girl booty when if a girl booty didn't excite me and a sexy girl didn't excite me, how would we have sex and have more people if we don't get excited? So you telling me God didn't make me to look at women beautiful? Well, if we ain't looking at women beautiful, we ain't gonna have no babies. My children's mother would look good to me, and that's how my children is here. My mama obviously looked good to my daddy. And if my mama didn't look good to my daddy and he didn't want to have sex with her, I wouldn't be here. So when God said be fruitful and multiply, that's the answer right there. You know what I'm saying? Great question though, human God. But human God, you way up there, you're gonna be a problem in 10 years. I'll be see, y'all be thinking I'm a trip. And I ain't got nothing on human God and brothers like that. They gonna be way past me. Okay? Y'all ain't seen nothing. Wait. I'm not listen, I'm not no big deal. I'm out here for human God and them, they a problem. I don't know why people tripping on me. Y'all got some young people coming up. It's gonna be a real problem. They gonna dwarf whatever I know. Because they ain't gonna have to think about a lot of shit, so they gonna be able to think about stuff that I didn't get a chance to think about because I was thinking about the stuff I know. So if I equip you with that, now you're gonna be thinking about another stuff. You know what I'm saying? Jordan gonna be a problem. All y'all gonna be a problem. All I did was just gather the stuff and gave it to y'all. I ain't really nobody. You ever notice how I be acting ignorant and all that? Because I'm not trying to be holy. I'm not trying to be, you know what I'm saying? You ever notice how so many people get mad at me because they want me to be their role model? But I'm not no role model. I ain't no role model. I ain't want to be around nobody and be bigger than nobody. That shit is whack to me. I just want to be another nigga. Like, I don't want to be better. I be uncomfortable being better on a pedestal. I ain't really comfortable with that shit. That's like me now thinking I was better than me when I was 28. That's like crazy. How is me now? Imagine me now talking to me at 28, 29, and I'm stunting on myself. Boy, ain't nobody doing that shit. I don't want to be good. That's why I be wilding out, because it's like people be trying to test me, want me to be like some image and shit. I don't want that. I don't want that. I just want to come over here and talk my shit. You listen to it, take it, do whatever you do with it. That's it. And then when you see me, we kick it. Because when you see me, I ain't going to want to fight or nothing. I'm going to want to eat your vegan food and hit your weed and kick it. Like we the same age. I don't want you to treat me like I'm older and all that old bullshit. I ain't doing all that. When I be around brothers, they all the same. Period. I don't do big eyes, little U's. The only time you see me step on brothers like that is when they ain't doing what they supposed to do, and then they start talking shit and challenging, and now I got to read their card and say, well, damn, you got a slave name. Damn, you still eating pork. And I don't do that to belittle them. I do that so they step their game up. I don't be doing that stuff to belittle them. I really be applying pressure so they change. I'm not telling you still got a slave name to disrespect you. I'm telling you still got a slave name so you go change that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Go change that shit, bro. You know what I mean? Real talk. Y'all ain't notice I be saying certain shit, but I be saying that shit. It's like psychology. I'm really going to get in your mind. I want you to feel bad about that. So you go change it. I want you to go through what I went through. I felt bad when Malcolm was saying that shit. You still got your slave name. I said, oh, damn, Malcolm. I felt bad as hell. Like he was dissing me and shit. I'm like, boy, I'm getting rid of this shit. I'm tired of Malcolm saying this shit. Real talk. I ain't like it. I ain't like it when Malcolm, because Malcolm X was like, man, Malcolm X was like my number one person in the whole world. Because I had like red hair. And people was like, you got hair, you know what I mean? Malcolm had the red hair and was talking that. And I used to, he's the first person, you know what I'm saying? I stopped going to music school and I went to the library and I read Malcolm X Speaks. I was already a little militant because I'm listening to Gil Scott-Heron and the Last Poet stuff, but I wasn't really all the way there. And I got out of school and went and worked at a book factory and heard Dick Gregory, and that started stimulating me about all these poisons in our stuff. And then I went to music school, right? So peep game, I'm going to music school, y'all, right? I'm doing real good. To the point after the finals, they put all of the scores of the ranks of the students in the hallway. I was so unsure because I'm in music school, so you got to play trombone, you got to play all these instruments right? You got to actually play this shit for your finals. You got to play piano for your finals. You got to play flute for your finals. Play saxophone. Then your trump is your major. You got to really be able to play trump. Then you got to get a good grade in music theory. It just was a lot. I'm carrying tubas and shit home and trombones and shit. So when the finals happen, it's a big old piece of paper in the hallway. So I start looking for my name. My name was kind of high up. I was like, okay. But every day I'm going to school. I think it first started when I was in music history. And they was talking about music history, and they started in Europe. And they started talking about this white lady in Europe. I'm a shorty. I'm like 19. But I'm already peeping like, how in the fuck music didn't start with the drum in Africa, right? Any fool know that music started with the drum in Africa. So I became very frustrated. I only got a few days to go and my freshman year is over. And I couldn't go back to school no more. And my daddy was paying for me to go. And I just couldn't go no more. So I started going to the library on 95th and Halsted. not going to school, leaving like I'm going to school and going to the library, reading Malcolm X speech and shit. And I remember one time I had a revelation because I'm in school. I'm supposed to be in school, but I'm at the library. My daddy worked for CTA. And he would take the bus because he get a free ride. And one day I looked right outside the tall window, and it was my daddy getting off the bus, getting ready to get on the 95th Street bus to go to the L train. I just couldn't go no more. I just couldn't. I had seen Roots. My first year out of high school working at the book factory, I had seen Roots. And I just couldn't, man. So I went to the library and I read Malcolm X Speaks. And man, when I read Malcolm X Speaks and I got finished reading that, y'all, I never forget it. When I walked out the library, I was angry. Ooh, I was so angry. I hated Martin Luther King Jr. And I remember getting on the bus and I was just, man, I can't even tell you how angry I was. And I hated Martin Luther King all them years. I had that picture of Malcolm and Martin, and I had an X on Martin. So it said Malcolm X. Like Malcolm standing there in an X over Martin Luther King. And I was in LA just giving that shit out. And I hated Martin Luther King because I listened to Malcolm and I thought Martin Luther King was the peace guy. And I'm like, how could you be peace when people killing us? And it wasn't until later when I looked and realized that Martin Luther King wasn't about peace. And I was like, oh, he wasn't even about peace. He was about boycotting using peaceful means. So I'm like, see, that's how people play on words. So I'm like, oh, he wasn't about peace. He was about boycotting using peaceful means. So then I'm like, oh, so he was the boycott dude. And how I came with that, listen, how I came with that, right, is I was on social media. So this wasn't that long ago. That's since I've been on YouTube and stuff, right? I swear to God, y'all, this is how I began to love Martin Luther King. So I'm on social media. We on here, and Christmas coming. Whites ain't treating us right, and we like boycott Christmas. And Christmas coming, nobody boycotted. Boycott Black Friday. And Black Friday coming, no black folks boycotted. So one day, y'all, I said, damn, we don't never boycott, right? We don't never stick together and boycott. And then it was like, boom, we did under Martin Luther King. So I was like, I was like, damn, he the man, right? I'm like, he the man. He was the only one powerful enough to get us to boycott. And then I started realizing, Robert Wright, that not just he was the man, but our ancestors was the man, because when he told them to boycott, how powerful they had to be to do it. So once that lightning hit me, I started realizing that the people was powerful, right? The people was powerful. It wasn't him. Because without them doing it, he ain't nothing. And so once that hit me, oh man, that was freedom right there. That was freedom. That was the biggest thing that changed a lot of my philosophy. A lot of my philosophy changed. When I realized the people was powerful. that the people said they not having it, right? So once I realized the people wasn't having it, and the people was willing to walk to work, right? Right? And the people was willing to shut shit down, right? That's when my whole philosophy changed. Now, Frederick, Martin Luther King behind that too. Because the Black Panthers, right? Stokely Carmichael, hold on. You want to listen, Frederick? You want to listen and learn? If not, I could keep talking to everybody else. But if you want to get this knowledge, let me know. Right? You brought up the Panthers. Now you want to listen or you want to overtalk me? So, we talk about the Panthers, how the Panthers get started. The Panthers got started because what? Stokely Carmichael was with Martin Luther King. And when they killed Martin Luther King, right? When they killed Martin Luther King, that's what gave birth to the Panthers. Because check it out. This is why the Black Panthers was created. And this is how us black militants came into existence, right? Let me show you something. You had a revolutionary and you had a boycott. Malcolm X was the revolutionary. Martin Luther King was about the boycott. They killed Malcolm X first. So now we got Martin Luther King pushing the boycott. So now when they killed Martin Luther King, we got on some Malcolm X shit. And that's how the Black Panthers was born, from the murder of Martin Luther King. Because blacks was mad because this was our leader. And y'all killed bro. And bro was a good dude. So Martin Luther King sparked the Black Panthers because Stokely and them was students of Malcolm X. So Malcolm X was teaching a lot of other young brothers that became kind of radical, but they didn't move on it because things was getting done under Martin Luther King. Everything we benefited was from Martin Luther King Jr. My parents and them. All these homes black people got that we trying to keep. All these neighborhoods, Harlem and all Chicago, was from Martin Luther King. The whole civil rights bill was Martin Luther King. Because at the end of the day, we looked at the situation, right? And as a black revolutionary like myself, what was my conclusion? How I'm going to separate Martin and Malcolm when they shot Malcolm and they shot Martin. So they was the same to us. We didn't look at one different than the other one. Because at the end of the day, they shot both of them. So now my generation coming up, we on some Malcolm Martin shit. We fucking with both of them. But I wasn't dealing. Well, we talking about this, so don't mix everything together, Frederick. Stay on subject. So I wasn't really dealing with Martin Luther King because I didn't understand the power of the boycott. So once I looked at the power of the boycott and realized that Martin Luther King didn't have no power unless black folks was riding, because black folks walked to work before they got on the goddamn bus. Martin Luther King couldn't make them do that. So they want you to focus on him, but what about the brothers and sisters that stood up stronger than y'all? They were stronger than y'all. And when he told them don't get on the bus, they didn't get on the bus. When he told them don't get on the bus, they didn't get on the bus. So brothers want to judge MLK, but what about you? Will you go take black women to work and stay off the bus? Look at this, one of the most powerful pictures in black history. What do you see in this picture? You see a black man picking up black women to take them to work, and what you see across the street, an empty bus. See, the most powerful, this is a powerful. You see on one side, a black man taking black people to work, right? And you see on the other side, you don't see nobody getting on the bus. They didn't have no black bus that went out to work. My parents, your parents from Alabama, my parents from Alabama. Anyway, bro, I don't know, but I don't like you talking on top of me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really like you talking on top of me. You undercut my conversation. I don't really like that. Like, don't undercut my conversation like that. Like, that's real irritating. I'm saying something, I'm bringing something to the people. I got somebody saying little stuff that's really, I'm going this way and you going that way. I ain't really with that. Get your own channel. I ain't really with that, bro. I don't really like what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Go smoke a cigarette, take a walk or something for 30 minutes, because I just not with that. Don't talk on top of me. You know what I'm saying? If you like me and you got knowledge, go get a page and log in. You understand? So as I was saying, so once I really thought about the boycott, then I said to myself, oh, it's the people that's powerful. So once I learned that it's the people that was powerful under MLK, right? Then that brought me to a whole nother concept, because that's when I realized, oh, it's also the people what? Powerful under Elijah Muhammad. Yes, Elijah Muhammad was there, but it's the brothers and sisters that followed Elijah Muhammad that made Elijah Muhammad Elijah Muhammad. So I started seeing the value of the people. I started really realizing what brothers been telling me. The people, united, will never be defeated. So I started looking at the leadership and the people. I stopped looking at, Elijah. I started looking at the Elijah and the brothers and sisters that joined the Nation of Islam. Is powerful, not just Elijah. That MLK and the brothers and sisters that wouldn't get on the bus and that walked to work. So that really took my knowledge to a whole nother level. So my knowledge going to a whole other level. So I was no longer willing to just put one side up on the pedestal. You know what I'm saying? I started seeing the whole picture. And I started respecting Rosa Parks, which is my number one. Revolutionary. Because she kicked it off. You ain't got no Martin Luther King boycott bus or none of that if the sister say, bitch, I ain't going in the back. Fuck y'all. I'm not getting out of my goddamn seat. Now, this is the queen. She built Martin Luther King. Because she the one stood up that put Martin Luther King in a position to come to her defense. There is no Martin Luther King coming to no defense without her. And there is no Martin Luther King doing a damn thing for her without these people. Here go the heroes. Think about it. Think about it. Without them, there ain't no Martin Luther King. Look at y'all people out there saying, fuck y'all, y'all ain't gonna keep pushing us around. Y'all ain't finna keep playing with us. So that's why my philosophy is way different. You know what I'm saying? My mind had grew because I kept an open mind and I was able to like keep an open mind. You know, the key to this stuff is you got to keep an open mind. Once you lock in on your philosophy, you ain't going to be on nothing. You can't lock in on your philosophy. Once you lock in, you ain't going to learn nothing else. You done. You have to keep your mind set wide open to be able to know and be able to deal with the knowledge. That's why it's not good to come up with no conclusiveness and just stop. You got to keep your mind open to get to the answers. When you think you figured it all out, you ain't going to learn nothing. You ain't going to learn nothing. You cutting yourself off from growth. So now when something else come your way, you so resistant that you ain't learning nothing. So you have to keep your mind open. And because I kept my mind open all that time, I was able to see some stuff. And then by keeping my mind open and seeing certain things, then that put me to the mentality on the next level mentality. Because from that point, I kept doing that. I kept doing that. I said, okay, I see what I got to do. I see how I learned more and more as I didn't close the book on no ideologies. So once I ain't closed the book on no idea and say, oh, I got it, I found out I didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? Once I didn't close my mind. So then that's how, even when you look at the Civil Rights Bill and you look at it open-mindedly, you got to say, these people the one that got it, though. Because without these people, they ain't got to listen to MLK. They had to listen to MLK because look at all these black people marched on Washington. And all these people marched on Washington to get some respect. And some of y'all is far removed. It's not going to affect you necessarily when you hear stories. But see, me, my mom and daddy from Alabama in the 30s. And my mama used to ride the bus to school and have to hold my uncle and hold him tight. And my mama was skinny and she had to hold him with one hand with all her books and my uncle. Because if my uncle bumped into a white person, they might pull him off the bus and beat him to death. The ladies and girls that got blew up in the bombing in Alabama, my mama went to school with them. So it hit different when you going to Alabama with your mama and daddy and they was in it. It ain't like the young generation. You not that close to it. But I'm going to Alabama in 1963, 64, 65, 66. I'm going to Alabama at a time we could have died. And it wasn't until I got older that I realized we could have died. I remember one time asking my grandmama, can I get some gum out of her purse? She said, yeah. And I went in her purse. She had a big-ass gun in there. I ain't really paying no attention to it. It was just weird. I don't know if it was the same year or another year or whatever, but then we was in a hotel and I see my dad had a gun under his pillow. I thought it was weird. It wasn't the same time, but one time I seen my mama had a gun. I thought it was weird. He never said nothing. It wasn't until I got grown and I'm studying and I'm on my scholar tip and I started looking at documentaries and seeing about Medgar Evers and all that and found out about sundown towns and shit, where I realized, oh shit, we could have died out there. That we was going to Alabama when we could have died. Then I started thinking about my daddy sitting around with uncles and stuff. And they bragging how fast they drove to Chicago nonstop. I started thinking why we used to leave at 4:30 in the morning and get to Louisville, Kentucky or Nashville, Tennessee by 4 and check into always the Holiday Inn. And why when we would go to a Holiday Inn, there would be other black people there. Why I didn't know black people couldn't go to hotels and shit because I'm a kid. But when I go study when I'm older, I started realizing we couldn't just go anywhere. Then I started thinking about my mom and them peeing on the side of the road and making food and chicken and shit and having it in the car already. All of this I learned when I got older. Also, I started thinking how smart they was because we didn't know nothing. So our parents got me and my sister, we in the car, we could get killed and we have no idea. We having fun. We having a beautiful vacation. They never discuss racism with us. Nothing. You know why? Don't discuss that shit with your kids. My mother never discussed racism with me. My mother never discussed what it was like in the South with races till I got grown. My mother never discussed danger, never discussed nothing about white supremacy or none of that shit. Don't ever do that. Because if you discuss that with your children gonna be cowards. Your children gonna be scary and they ain't gonna be shit. Do not teach your kids no motherfucking black history. Not none of the negative shit. You can teach them about the inventors and shit. Y'all better listen to me. Do not let your kids watch none of the horrors of black people. I'm telling you, you better fucking listen to me. Or don't. Feed your kids to the wolves. Because soon as you teach your kids that shit, and your kids get around white kids, they're going to be scared and they're going to be inferior. Whereas me, my mom and them said they don't want me to go to public school, and they sent me to Lutheran school. And I went to school with some white kids. I ain't know they was shit. You just another motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And you gonna get stole on. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't know you was nobody. So I was bodacious. I ain't get the memo. All I know is you mess with me, we fighting. I brought the same principles from the community wherever I went. In the hood, in the community, you mess with us, we fight. Your mama tell you stand up and fight for yourself. She didn't say white or black. She didn't tell me white or black. She said somebody mess with you, fight. She said somebody. So that went for everybody. So the best thing happened to me is I didn't know they was nobody, so they wasn't nobody. Because why would I need the history of what happened to my mama with some white people that's old and grown, but I'm in the 7th grade, motherfucker, and you in the 7th grade. You ain't that motherfucker from then, and I ain't the motherfuckers from then. So fuck the history, nigga. It's 1972. It's 1970. So what you want to do, box a boogaloo? You jump to my chest, my fist gonna do the rest. So I didn't know. I didn't have no fear. Because my parents and them didn't teach me no fear. My parents never taught me protect your sister. If somebody mess with you, fight. And if one of y'all come here with a black eye, the other person better have a black eye, or both of y'all better have a black eye. Better not just one of y'all have a black eye. So I didn't know no racism or nothing, and that made me a super lion. I was a bad man, because I ain't know none of that. You ain't shit to me. You just another motherfucker. But if they would have told me all that, I would have been intimidated. I would have been intimidated. I remember my freshman year, I'm at school, boom, I'm hooded out. Even though we live in a nice neighborhood, we still hooded out. So you say to yourself, Pharaoh, well, how your mom and them live in a brand new neighborhood, black neighborhood, how you was so hood? Because when my mom and them moved in a brand new neighborhood, I'm 4 years old, so I can't be hood. But guess what? Some of the other parents that moved there, they son 8 years old, they son 10 years old, they son 15 years old, and they already hooded out. So they done moved some of the hood there. When I go to the park, I got to go with boys that been on the low end older. Right? So even though we live in a house, them people moved from apartments and moved from the rougher areas and bought their sons. I'm chilled out, but I'm only 4 years. I'm only 4, 5, 6. I moved there when I was 4. So I ain't even outside. I'm in the house. Your mom ain't letting you outside at 4 years old when you look like that unless she take you to the park. So I don't know nothing about outside. But now I'm 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm 10. It's boys 15, 16. When they moved out there, they already knew about shooting dice. They already knew about being gangs. So I don't get to be no good kid like that out there with them. It's gangster already. In my neighborhood was lynchmen gangsters and Blackstones. All homes. Nice houses. Don't mess with nobody because they don't live in no rough neighborhood, man. Rough neighborhood, smuff neighborhood. Gangsters move around. South Central was nice houses and shit when I went to L.A. What that mean? Compton was houses. Compton was no projects. When I went to L.A. and I lived in Compton, they had houses. They was with the bullshit, though. So because I didn't know that racism and shit, I was a G. I wasn't taking no shorts. So when I went to high school in 1972, boom, I'm sitting in the bleachers. They got chapel where they be talking about religious shit. I done bought me a tall boy, slit small liquor. I got me a tall boy. I'm sitting up there with the girls, woo wop, boop boop, open my beer. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to do some hood rat shit with my hood rat friends. And I'm drinking my beer and talking shit, boo boo ah, boo boo boo. And a big old white dude, big fat old senior, a senior white man. I'm a freshman, skinny, a big old fat senior white with a bunch of white boys, which means he's plugged. He looked down at me and said, "Hey guys, shut up. I don't know nothing. Still gambling out at the park shooting dice and all that. I don't understand the rules. So I'm, fuck you, motherfucker, whoop wop the whoop whoop the bam whoop whoop." Right? Because I don't know the rules. Bitch, shut up, make me. So he say, "Okay, after chapel." I'm like, "Okay, after chapel." He didn't get the memo. Bro, let me tell you something. I ran out of chapel and was standing at the door when he came out. I ran to the fight. He a senior, big. I'm skinny, little freshman, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm Stu Galley from the block. Bitch, my mama's sitting me here trying to save me. Cause nigga, I'm fucked up. Okay, my mama tried to save me. I'm Stu gambling because I got them dice and I'm gambling and ain't no punks in the dice game. Not at no motherfucking 13, 14 years old. I'm wearing tailor-made clothes. I ain't even got a license. So I'm standing outside the door when he walk out. He walk out, I put my books down and on. Right? He walk over to me, a senior come, a black senior, Michael Talbot. He come over, he tell me, "That's all right, little man, go on to class, I got this." And hey, bop, 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 bop. I didn't go to class, I watched it. Playing with a nigga. The OG came. "Nah, you not finna fight, dude. Fight me." Whooped him. Wop, 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 wop. Lunchtime come. Him and his crony sitting at the lunch table. I go over to the lunch table. Woo, 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 woo. The dude say, "Sit down, man, I don't want, man." And so the white dude had me sit down with them, and then he was a part of my crew, kind of like. They was fucking with me. Them was my boys. You know? Yeah, him and his team, you know, they figure if you can't beat them, join them. Yeah, I thought so. So now they a part of my little crew, playing with a real one. The only mistake I made is the brother that came in to fight for me, his sister was in love with me, and she was in my grade, and I didn't hit that because I'm just a freshman, so I didn't know how to hit them and split them. Hey, Bev. And so I missed the opportunity because she was madly in love with me, I guess because maybe her brother was always talking about how fly I was and shit, and I blew it because, you know, when you're young like that, you don't know they look good. They don't really look good till they be like juniors and seniors, so I'm like a freshman, so I missed it. I should have hollered at her. That girl loved me, boy, but I didn't know. I missed it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I missed it because I was young and, you know, I ain't like girls. Well, really, not I was young, I ain't like girls. I had a girlfriend lived in South Shore named Elaine, and she was fine as hell, so she really couldn't compete with Elaine. But Elaine was too fast, so I had to dump her. She was too fast. I'm slow, baby. I'm just a freshman. I can't do all that. You ever been with a girl and you just a freshman way back then and she come in the room naked already? You ain't got to try to get her clothes off? I was like, oh, wait a minute. This is new. I usually got to try to kiss a girl and try to get a feel, but she ready to go all the way. I really couldn't mess with her. You know, because girls was like, you know what I'm saying? They was kind of like I couldn't really deal with them because I'm going to go shoot ball and they want me to run behind them. Yeah, I would make the same thing if I came up again because I want to go shoot ball. I don't want no girlfriend. I'm too young for a girlfriend. I want to go shoot ball. I want to run around. I'm not old enough to have no lady trying to treat me like a wife. I don't want to be nobody's husband. I'm a freshman. I don't want to be on the phone with you and all that. So I would do the same thing again. If I knew what I know now, I'd do it just like that again. Because guess what? I ain't had no babies. I didn't get no women pregnant until I was grown. It wasn't just love ball. We 14. And when you 14, you at the prime of childhood. Think about it. You 4, 5, you trying to learn how to ride a bike, you take your training wheels off. Boom, you ride and you ride. At 7, you can ride better. At 8, you can ride better. 9 to 10, you trying to play a little basketball. 11 to 12, you trying to hoop better. 13, 14, you hooping. And you still ain't finished till you get like 17, 18 for you super hooping. So you don't want to quit at that age, right? No, this is freshman year. Your freshman year, you like what? 14, right? You ain't 16 till like what, your sophomore year, right? Freshman year, 1972, I'm born 58. Okay, 58, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. I'm 14. Yeah, I'm 14. Oh, no. I can't even drive for 2 years. 14 is young, man. You want to play. A girlfriend is, you know, because I already had a girlfriend that I just got broke up with. You know what I'm saying? I broke up with. I don't want another one. Because I had a girlfriend in 8th grade. That was the first time I had sex. And I'm in the 8th grade. I'm what? I'm 13. I got a girlfriend. I had sex. After school, I'm on the phone. She like, say something. You say something. She like, say something. You say, what I'm going to say? I just sent you to school all day. I'm 13. What do you want me to say? I'm 13. You know what I'm saying? And a 13 back then in the 70s was a real 13. It wasn't no mature 13. You're a little boy. So no, girl was no. No. My daddy got a girl. And she be getting on his nerve. My mom be getting on my daddy's nerve. So I don't want to be like mama and daddy. No. So when I dumped my girlfriend my freshman year, I didn't get another one till I was a senior. Boy, I didn't want no girlfriend. What I'm going to do with a girlfriend? We want to smoke this weed, shoot some basketball, drive around, go to the park, shoot dice, because I'm Stu gambling. I'm not Stu check a chick. I'm Stu gambling. I love dice. What they hitting for? I like being outside. I don't need no girlfriend. We're going to be at Chucky house. Some girls going to come. We're going to kiss and feel on them, and she ain't even my girlfriend. I could kiss and feel on a girl for free without having the responsibility. I still could kiss on a girl or mess with a girl, but she ain't my girlfriend. We just drinking and hanging out at high school, and we just messing around. I ain't got no responsibility. And no freshman? My girlfriend I had, she wanted to have sex. She had sex with me And then one day I called her and she said, I'm pregnant. And I'm like a freshman. And I go to school all day and I can't even think. What am I supposed to do? What you mean you're pregnant? This is way back. This ain't like they is now. Think about this. This back in the 70s with strict parents and nobody did that. Well, your daddy said you better not bring no babies to this house. This girl told me she was pregnant. A day and a half later, she told me, I was just playing. I just wanted to see how you was going to act. Girl, you know what I'm saying? She said, I was just playing. Girl, that ain't... Girl. And then she live in South Shore, and I live way over here. And she fine as hell, and older boys trying to talk to her and shit. And I got to go to her house and walk to the store with her. And the older boys in the neighborhood want to beat me up because she fine and she with me. But this they neighborhood, and they know her, and they want her. And my young ass is with this superstar. I mean, she was fine. But that's too much for a player. Because I was a player, but I was a basketball player. I wasn't no player. I wasn't no player. I was a dice shooter, basketball player, bicycle rider. That's what I was. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So I couldn't do it. I couldn't do no girlfriend. That was whack. In them days, you want to hang with the brothers. You want to drive around 3 or 4 dudes in the car, go to different parks and shit like that. There were no girls. Girls was yucky. They stopping our motion. You got to understand, we want to play basketball all day and all night. People say, why y'all want to play basketball so much? I can say it in 2 words. Dr. J. See, Dr. J is the first Michael Jordan. You cut the sleeves off your shirt, get a marker, draw a number 6 on your shit. Boy, I'm Dr. J. All day. Everybody want to be Dr. J. Everybody got Converses on. And we is Dr. J. Dr. J was like a god. Flying. We the black power babies, right? So we black, so we like basketball, we black power. So imagine a black man flying through the air with a big-ass afro dunking on white dudes. Hold on. Think about that imagery. Just came from the NBA. Think about it. How much you think dude meant to us? Man, Dr. J was everything, man, to us. He was like a god to a little black boy. Dr. J was everything, man. For real, y'all. He was like a black god to us. You get this history, boy. That's why people need to listen to me, boy. I'm giving you the real history. Because he came, they merged the NBA and the ABA together. So Dr. J came from the ABA. We heard of him, but we couldn't watch him because the ABA didn't have no money, so he wasn't on TV like the NBA. But boy, when he came to the NBA, look at that. Now, if you're a young black boy during the Black Power era, black is beautiful, and you seen a black dude with a big afro like that doing that, what would you do? When it's always only white people on TV, and you ain't got no role models and shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no role models and shit. You know what I'm saying? And you seeing this dude. Not to mention all the others. I mean, these some of the greatest basketball players ever play in that era now. Let's keep it real. Like these, you know, you got Daryl Dawkins, like the original Shaq. You got Tiny Nate Archibald, Walt Frazier, and our favorite. When I'm in the 6th grade, shit like that, guess who our favorite guard is? Put it in the chat. Who you think was the favorite guard of young black Americans in the early days of the NBA? Put it in the chat. Who you think we was all outside trying to be? Put it in the chat. You'll never guess. Let me see who can guess it. Who was our favorite guard as a young black boy coming up back in those days? I bet you can't none of y'all guess. Boy, I be giving y'all some real outside history. I swear to God. Boy, you'll get this nowhere. You gotta get this. You gotta get this from, you know what I'm saying? You gotta get this information from somebody that was really outside at the time. For this information right here. Put it in the chat. Let me see if anybody could guess who the man was when we was outside dribbling the ball. Let me see if anybody put it in there. Oscar Robertson? Nope. He said Oscar Robertson. Who else? Larry Bird? Nope. Larry Bird came later. Nope. Who else? Listen, man, y'all supposed to donate to the channel because this is history class. I don't know why I don't be getting no donations with all this shit here. You got to pay for this shit. I could be on TV. Bam. Bam. They're going to answer. Earl the Pearl. Earl the Pearl was everybody wanted to be Earl the Pearl. Listen, Earl the Pearl. Everybody wanted to be Earl the Pearl, boy. Earl the Pearl was like, come on, man. Next to Dr. J, it was Earl the Pearl, boy. Everybody wanted to be Earl the Pearl. The man had them handles, boy. Like this the first dude had them handles before Pistol Pete came. Man, dude had them handles. He was doing the dribbling that nobody else was doing. All little black boys, we wanted to be Earl the Pearl and Dr. J. Man, Earl the Pearl was the man. Did nobody replace Earl the Pearl? Never. Right? Did nobody replace Earl the Pearl until Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson, nobody, we wasn't tripping with no guard after that until Magic Johnson. We had a lot of guards we liked, but not till Magic. And then Michael Jordan. Besides that, the rest of the guards, they was all right. We liked them. We liked them from when he was with Baltimore and New York. A lot of us, we didn't like it when he left the Bullets, because I think with the Bullets, they had Wes Unseld and all of them. So when they traded him to New York, we was into him with the Bullets at first, but we followed his whole career, though. Yeah, we followed his whole career. Now, when we was a little boy, what was our favorite team? As little boys, we didn't really have a favorite team. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm talking little boys, you know, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. We didn't really do teams. We just idolized players. Because back in them days, you didn't cheer for no team but the home team. So it wasn't like these weirdos nowadays. We ain't do that shit. No, that's some new shit. When I was coming up, you in Chicago, nigga, it's the Bulls, nigga. It's the Bulls, the Bears, the Sox, the Cubs, the Blackhawks, period. We not cheering for no nigga team. We ain't cheering for no team but ours. So if Earl or Pearl playing the Bulls, it's boo. We fuck with you when you play somebody else. But nigga, when you come play the Bulls, fuck Earl and the Pearl. You know what I'm saying? It's Bob Love and Chet Walker, nigga. Artist Gilmore. And I think we might have had Lil Nate Archibald for a minute. I ain't sure about that one. But I know Bob Love and Chet Walker and Artist Gilmore. And Boo, everybody. I'm still on that. I don't fuck with nobody but Chicago teams. I won't wear no hat. If I look a green hat, it got to be Chicago. Let me see if I got some hats. Y'all think I'm lying. I bet y'all think I'm lying. Watch. Let me find some sports hats. Look. Hold on. Look. Here go my black one. Bam. Bulls. Period. Here go my green one. Bam. Cubs. Period. Here go my camouflage. Blackhawks. Here go my other black one. Cubs. Okay? White Sox. I won't never wear no other team in my life. Never, ever. And when my team ain't winning, I don't watch sports. Let's take a break and we finish. If you got some questions, get them ready. Let's ask some questions. You rocking with the realest alive. know what? I'm finna even end this. I'm finna come back and talk about some Black American history. So I'm finna end this one. I'm finna come back and just do this. What we talking about? I'm gonna do this on the whole uh, live stream by itself. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna do a question and answer and all that. All right. So if you got some questions, get them ready. We're gonna do some question and answers and all of that. Right. As soon as I come back, we're gonna keep it a billion. You know. Also, make sure you go check out Black on Black Sports. Follow Black on Black Sports. It's going down 2025. There's a few videos over there, but it's really gonna launch for real starting in January. All right.